Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack Playo app in React Native using the expo framework and the MongoDB's backend. So if you find it interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's initially understand what exactly is a Playo app. So essentially over here inside this application, players can find different venues nearby their place and they can book for that particular sport. So for example, let's say if a player wants to book a court for badminton for a specific time interval and invite his friends, right? So he's gonna go into the app, search for a particular venue nearby his place, and then he's gonna book a slot or he's gonna create a game. And once that particular game is created, that game is going to be available for all of the people in the app. So if at all anyone is interested, they can send the request, and the person who has created the game is going to remain like admin who can accept the request, and he's the one who's going to book the code. So once that is done, they can go to the venue and then they can play that particular game. So that's what a Playo app does. So we'll be implementing that in this particular video. So let's initially check out the demo. So here we have the initial home screen that's being displayed, as you can see. So over here at the top, we're going to show the location part, and towards the right hand side, the person who's currently logged in, that profile image is going to be shown. And here are some few UI elements that you can see, which is looking pretty good. And over here, if you press on View My Calendar, it should take you to your calendar and then show all of the games that you have in the future. Okay. And with the help of create button, you can create the game. So these are the UI elements again. Furthermore, that is a mid section. And here is a horizontal scrollable view with the spotlight data, and at the bottommost part we have the footer design being shown, which is looking fine. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's check out the play section over here. That's basically the play tab. So as you can see, this is gonna show that is currently we are in the My Sports. It is gonna show all the public games, and this person who's currently logged in has requested for this particular game. Okay, as you can see, it says requested over here, and this is the person who's currently logged in. Even they have created a new game. That is how it's going to look like. So it's going to contain the name of the user, the date, that is when the game is going to happen, and the place, that is the venue of the game, and intermediate to advanced, that's the type of the game. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also scroll through this list as well, and that is basically related to your UI elements. So yeah, My Sports is going to show all of the public games, and your calendar is going to show only the game that the current user is going to be a part of. That's the logged in user is going to be a part of. So once you press on calendar, and boom, just like that. So since this particular person has requested this game, it is going to say as requested over here. So it says awaiting the host confirmation. So if and only if this person accepts this person, then only it would be as you are going to the game. Okay, otherwise it won't show that. And since this person has also created a single individual game, it says one going, that is admin itself, and these are the details, that is the place name as well as the time for which the game is selected. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it about your play screen. I'm going to log in as the other user, and I'm going to show how exactly the accepting of request works as well. So yep, that's it over here. So let's move on to the book screen. Okay, so here we have all of the venues. All of these data is coming directly from the backend. Okay, you can actually go into each venue, and this is going to be your venue info screen. So you essentially have two ways to book a court. You can directly book from the venue info screen, or you can directly book from your create game, that is after creating a game. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So if you press on book now, it will take you to the slot screen, and boom, just like that, you can select the slot. So currently the time is 8:55. So you can basically book from only 9 because the time is passed over here, right? So that's the reason you cannot book from 8 to 9. You can book from 9 to 10. Okay, you can increase the duration as well, and we have a nice slider that's being shown over here, and you can book from morning 5 to evening 10, and whatever time is passed, that is going to be disabled. You cannot book it. And if all any booking has already been done by any other user, even that is going to be blocked. You cannot book for that particular time as well. So let's say now today is August 12th. Okay, and the time is currently 8:56. Okay, so you cannot book that, as I said. Once you go to August 13th, still we do have 8:56 a.m. So that is not going to be booked. I mean, that is not going to be blocked. So let's press on August 13th, and boom, just like that, we still have from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. or 12 p.m. because no one has yet booked the court, and the time is in the future and not in the past. So that's the reason it is going to show something like this. Okay, I'll be showing how to book in the next part. So let's come back over here, and this is your more tab, so which contains some UI related elements. Once you press on logout, automatically you would be logged out of this particular application. Let's press on logout, and boom, you would be brought back to this particular screen, that is the starting screen. And if you already have an account, you can try to log in over here. I'm going to say login. So this is a nice UI over here. I'm going to say login with my other account. I'm going to enter my password over here, and I'm going to say sign in. And there you go. Currently I'm logged in with this particular account. As you can see the change over there. So now let's come back to your play over here. So here again, similar, we're going to show all of the public games. It was similar with the other account as well. I'm going to go to calendar now. It should show only my game. As you can see, the other person's game is gone because this person has created only one game over here. So now let's say if you press on this, you should be going to the game activity screen or the game setup screen. So let's press on that. And just like that, we're coming into the game selection screen, and there you go, we have one request over here. So this screen is essentially going to show the details of the game. So as you can see at the header, we have a nice UI design with the date, with your venue. Okay, and over here it's going to show all of the players, and this person is the host. Only this person can see this particular screen because he's the host, and the host only can manage the players, that is add the players or remove the players. So once you press on manage, you should be seeing the other person's request. Let's press on manage, and boom, just like that, we have the request from the other person. It says a query as well, can I please join your game? You can either retire the person or you can accept the person. Once you accept the person, this person becomes a part of the game, and playing should essentially turn from 1 to 2. Let's accept this person. I'm going to accept, and boom, just like that, success, request accepted, and playing is 2, and currently there are no pending requests. So come back over here. So currently these two are the players for this particular game. Let's come back. If you check over here, as you can see, there are two people in the game, that is myself and this particular person whom I have accepted. Okay, now if I go back over here, and there you go, just like that, 2 going, and even the change should be appearing over here as well, my sports, 2 out of 5 going. Okay, the admin is going to look in a bigger image because that's the person who's created the game, and all of the other people are going to come just like this, just on towards the admin's image. Okay, so as you can see, initially it was 4 slots left, now it's only 3 slots left. Okay, so now I'm going to create another game. Let's actually see how to create a game with the help of the create game button. Let's press on that. Now we would be taken to the create activity screen. So here a person needs to enter a bunch of details, that is the sport they're looking for, the area, and the date and the time for when the game is going to happen. Okay, here I'm going to say sport. I'm going to create a sport, that is, let's say badminton. I'm going to choose the area. Once you press on this, you would be navigated to the tag venue screen, where you need to tag a venue of your choice. I'm going to say area, and there you go, we have a bunch of venues. I'm going to say this one, 7 smash badminton, and pick a day. And once you press on this, automatically a model is going to open up, and over here we're going to choose the date for which the game is to be played. Let's say I'm going to choose 17th of August and then Sunday. Time, again over here you go to some other screen, that is a select time screen. You can choose the specific time. Let's say I'm going to play from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So that's the start time, this is the end time, so 10 a.m. confirm and then done, and there you go, that time is chosen. Let's say total players, I want only 5 players for this, and then I'm going to say create activity. Okay, success, game created successfully. Once you go back, automatically that game should be added over here. As you can see, 17th of August and then 9 a.m. So this game is created. So this part is essentially complete. Okay, so that's how you create a game, and the game is going to be available for the public to request or view the game. So if you press on calendar over here, again as you can see, this game is going to be shown. So 1 going, if you press on that, it's going to have a different UI, because currently as of now only this person is there in the game, that is the host itself. So let's come back over here. So now let's actually look into how exactly we can book a specific venue. So if you press on this, again you come back to the game selection screen. Once you press on this, you should be navigated to the slot screen for that particular venue. Okay, so for some reason there is some issue over here. We'll fix that while building it up. It should show the venue name. So here as you can see, we can book for, let's say, the game we want. So let's say over here we're going to book for 14th of August because that's when our game is. Let's say for the selected time, that is 11 a.m. So I'm going to choose 11 a.m. slot, that is 1 hour. Okay, I'm going to choose, let's say, standard synthetic quote 1, and as you can see, 60-minute added, and the price for the quote is 500 rupees. I'm going to say book slot. Automatically this slot is going to get booked. I'm going to say book, and boom, there you go, success. Slot booked successfully for standard synthetic quote 1 on 14th August at this specific time. Let's press on OK. We come back over here. So now once I come back to my calendar, and there you go, the quote 1 is booked. It is going to show this particular design and not the other design which is showing previously, something like this. Yep, so that's how you essentially book a quote for a particular game, just like this. Okay, so this game is set to be booked, so that's it. So now let's actually try to come back to book over here, and let's see how exactly we're going to book for a specific quote without creating a game. I'm going to say go to this particular quote and then book now. I'm going to say book for 16th of August. I'm going to say, let's say, some 5 to 6 p.m. and then standard synthetic quote 2, 30 minutes added. I'm going to say 60 minutes. I'm going to say book slot. So there you go, we can directly book from here as well. So okay, so that's how you directly book a game from a specific venue. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So let's actually confirm that for this particular booking, it is actually booked. That is for OvalNet and then 14th August and then 11 a.m. Okay, let's come back to that. So I'm gonna first of all come to over here. I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna say book now for 14th of August, 11 a.m. slot should be booked, and boom, there you go, from 11 to 12 the slot is booked, and even this is booked. It is that particular synthetic code which is blocked, so that's the reason we're gonna show this as blocked over here. Okay, so that's pretty much it. That's how we're gonna implement it. Now let's actually check out the register feature. I'm going to say come back over here, log out. So if you do not have an account, you're going to say ready set go. You can enter your name. I'm going to enter a random name, and the last name is optional. I'm going to say next. You can choose in your image or you can add in your own image. I'm going to say choose in your own image from over here. I'm going to say next. You can choose the specific sport of your interest. So let's say badminton, cricket. I'm going to say make my debut. So here you need to enter your email as well as password. So currently I do not have an email because once you enter your email and password, it would ask you to enter the OTP. That is, the OTP would go to that particular email. So once you enter the OTP, then only you would be verified. Then only the user is going to be registered. So as of now, I do not have more emails. So you can actually try to enter an email over here and then you can try to press on continue. Automatically the user should be created and a profile should be created for that particular user. Okay, so that's what we're going to build in this particular video. There is a lot to implement. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So we're going to be building all of these features in this particular project. So let's get started with building this project. So now the first step is to create a fresh new expo manage project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my fresh new VS Code over here. So here I'm just going to go into my build folder. So for that I'm just going to say cd build, so where all of my projects are present. So here I'm going to execute npx create expo app at latest. So the project name you can enter Playo new, you can enter whatever project name you want to add, and hyphen template and then expo template blank TypeScript. So let's press on enter. So as you can see, it says creating an expo project using this particular template. So this is essentially going to take in about 2 minutes. Yeah, it's already done, which is good. So it says your project is ready. So to run your project, we're going to go into the project directory and then run one of the following commands. Okay, so let's head over to file and then open folder, and then I'm going to press on the Playo new under the build folder. Okay, so this is essentially your starting point of the application, and towards the left hand side is the initial file structure that expo has given us once when you initialize a fresh new expo project. So yeah, we are going to use TypeScript as well as a native wind for styling our screens and components. So initially over here I'm going to add an option that is module resolution, and I'm going to set it to be node. So save. So yeah, now the first step is to the first step is to run the application. So for that, press on terminal over here and then new terminal. here make sure you're in the correct project directory, that is whichever you're building, and here I'm going to say npx expo start. So let's press on enter. Yeah, so it says use port 8082. I'm going to press on yes. Yeah, so as you can see, it says starting Metro bundler, and it has given us about 3 options to view the application. So if you're using Android, press on A. If you're using iOS, press on I. Put on the web, press on W. Okay, in my case, I'm using a iOS simulator, that is iPhone 16 Pro. So I'm gonna press on I over here. So it's gonna take some time to load the application. So once it loads, it is essentially going to show this particular text onto the screen, because that's what is being returned from the app component. So there you go, it says open up app.tsx to start working on your app, and these are the default stylings that they've given. Okay, that's the reason it is being shown onto the center part of the screen. Right, so now let's initially integrate Tailwind or native wind into the application so that we can start writing the styles using native wind. So let's head over to Chrome over here, and I'm gonna search for native wind. Yeah, you can directly go into this particular link, nativewind.dev/docs/getting started and then installation. So since we're using expo, let's try to install with expo over here. So copy down that code over here and then come back over here, and let's try to open up a new terminal and then enter. Okay, so while that's happening, let's move on to the next step. We need to set up the Tailwind CSS. So essentially we need to create a tailwind.config.js file and then add in all of the config over here. So let's do that. Yeah, this step is complete. So I'm going to say add the root level tailwind.config.js. okay, add in that piece of code. And yeah, apart from that, we need to create a global.css file. So include that over here, copy down that code, and I'm going to say new file global.css and then add it over here. Right, this part is done. The next step is we need to add in the Babel preset. So yeah, I don't think we do have the babel.config.js file. Let's try to create that and then add in the configuration code. Here I'm going to say new file babel.config.js, then add in this to include the native wind package. So once that is complete, the next step is we need to create a method.config.js file, add the root of your project, and we need to add in the following configuration, which also includes the global.css. So come back over here. I'm going to say new file metro.config.js and add in that over here. Okay, save the file. So apart from that, we need to import your CSS file at the app.js. Okay, so let's do that. Come back over here and then app.tsx. Here I'm going to say import your global.css. So save. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's actually try to run the application. So essentially I'm going to clear off the app now, and then actually try to cut the server. And then here I'm again going to say npx expo start. Let's press on enter. Okay, so there you go. It says native wind made the following changes to your project to support TypeScript. So it should have created your native wind env.d.ts. You can verify that. So there you go. So the same thing is given even in the docs as well. As you can see, step number 7, that's the one. So let's come back over here. So yeah, essentially we should be able to try this out. So let's first of all try to open the application, and then we're going to give the styling to it. All right, so over here let's start saying class name. I'm going to say text red of 400. So save, and boom, just like that we're able to apply native wind. So yeah, this step is complete. We're able to integrate native wind into the entire project, so we can start styling that out. So yes, let's create a bunch of folders for the setup. Okay, so come back to your file tree. I'm going to say new folder. One is for the screens, one is for your navigation, The next one is for your, let's say, components. I'm going to say components over here. Yeah, let's also have in your contexts as well. So I'm going to say contexts. Okay. So this is what essentially we're going to build. So it doesn't contain all of the screenshots as of now, but as and when we move forward, I'm going to add in the screenshots while we design that screen. So essentially, as you can see, we have 4 tabs over here. One is a home tab, your play tab, your book tab, as well as the more tab or the profile tab. So let's initially get started with designing all of these 4 tabs. And once that is done, we're going to start designing the initial home screen, which contains mostly the design part of it. So let's head over to Chrome and then install all of the dependencies required for React navigation. So come back over here and I'm going to search for React navigation. Yeah, you can search for React Native bottom tabs itself, and then first link you can press on getting started. This is the official documentation. So let's try to install with the help of yarn. The first package is going to be this one. Copy that down and come back over here and paste it. Enter. So once that is done, the next step is, since we are using a expo managed project, we need to install using expo itself. So copy down this for React Native screens as well as React Native safe area context. Yeah, so still this is executing. Let's wait for some time. So here I'm gonna add in the next piece of code over here. Let's wait for that to install. So once that is done, let's move on to hello React navigation, and we need to install the native stack. So copy that code and then come back over here. Yeah, this is done. Enter that. And the next step is the bottom tabs. So let's come back to this tab and then install the React navigation / bottom tabs. Let's add it over here. Okay, so essentially we have initialized all of the screens, not screens, the setup for the navigation part. So let's try to create a app navigator.tsx file within the navigation folder. So I'm going to say app navigator.tsx. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet and then save. Okay, so here let's initially try to initialize the tab param list. Here I'm going to say type tab param list is going to be equals to home. That's going to be undefined. We're going to have in 3 more tabs, that is for play, book, as well as more. And this is going to be more, undefined. Okay, that's it. So now the next step is, let's try to initialize your tab over here. So I'm going to say const. I think spelling of undefined is wrong over here. So here I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create your bottom tab navigator. So I'm going to say bottom tab navigator. Let's try to import it from the docs itself. So copy this down and then add it at the top of the page. Right. So here I'm going to say const app navigator is going to be equals to a react dot function component. Okay, so here I'm going to return the tab.navigator instead of the view. So I'm going to say tab.navigator, just like this, and each of the tab.navigator is going to have your 4 tabs. So essentially I'm going to say tab.screen. Okay, so here I'm going to have in my first name of the screen, that's going to be home screen, and let's actually create your navigators for each of the stack. Okay, so we're going to have 3 navigators: home stack navigator, play stack navigator, as well as your book stack navigator. So come back to your screens, come back to navigation and create your home stack navigator dot tsx. Enter. Next is your book stack navigator. I'm going to say book stack navigator.tsx rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Same over here. So to get all of these shorthand code snippets, make sure you have installed ES7 within your systems. That you can find it within your extensions tab over here. Okay, you can try to install. You can just search for ES7. That is this one, ES7 React, Redux, or React Native snippets. Okay, so let's come back over here. The next step is to initialize the play stack navigator. So I'm going to say play stack navigator.tsx. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Save. Root navigator. So I'm going to say root navigator.tsx. That's it. Let's come back to your app navigator.tsx. Here, let's try to render the component for the first screen. I'm going to say component that is going to be equals to your home stack navigator. And here options, we're going to say header shown is going to be false because we do not need the header over here. Okay, so I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. Let's format once. Okay, let's try to initialize that a couple of times. The next one is going to be for your play. I'm going to say play over here. So component over here, this time it's going to be your play stack navigator. Next one is going to be book stack navigator. Component is going to be book over here. Your name is going to be book. Component is going to be book stack navigator. And finally, we're going to have in the screens being initialized. As of now, I'm going to say profile screen .tsx. So rnfes. Save. Let's also create the home screen. I'm going to say home screen.tsx rnfes. Okay. So within your app navigator final part, the name is going to be, let's say, more. And your component in this case is going to be equals to your profile screen. Import that from your screens folder as such. So let's format once. And here we're going to have in a bunch of options for your screen options. Let's add in that over here. I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to, is going to take in a route. So this is essentially going to take in a route over here. I'm going to say route. And here I'm going to say your route is going to be equals to route prop of your tab param list. That is going to be your key of your tab param list. So you can essentially add in just like this and try to import your root prop from React Navigation /native. Okay, so here take in a parenthesis as well as the braces. Here we need to pass in the tab bar icon. So I'm going to say tab bar icon. This in turn is going to take in your color and size. Okay, here color is going to be of type string, size of type number, right here. Let's try to render the icon name. So I'm going to say let icon name, it's going to be of type string, initially empty as of now. I'm going to check if my root dot your name is equals to home, then your icon name is going to be equals to home. Okay, I'm going to say else if your route dot name is going to be equals to play, then over here I'm going to say icon name is going to be equals to your person. Else if I'm going to say if my route dot name is going to be equals to book, then over here icon name is going to be equals to calendar. Okay, the next one is going to be else if your route dot name is going to be equals to more, then your icon name is going to be equals to menu over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say return. We're going to return basically your in icons for all of them. So in icons. Here let's try to have in the name, that's going to be your dynamic icon name. Size is going to be size, and your color is going to be color. So apart from that, over here I'm going to pass in my tab bar active tint color. So I'm going to say tab bar active tint color, that is going to be equals to 34C759. Furthermore, it's going to be equals to tab bar inactive tint color. Right here in this case, we're going to have in this color code. So I'm going to say hashtag 666 and then 6 for 6 times. Let's try to save. So yeah, we need to import your an icon. So go back to the top of the screen and then add in just this piece of code. Okay, so yep, let's try to save the file. This part is done. So now the next step is within your home stack navigator, let's try to create the first screen. So let's come back over here, home stack navigator.tsx. Here let's try to say export type home stack param list. It's going to be equals to an object home undefined. Next is going to be profile details undefined. Okay, here let's try to initialize the stack. I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Import that. Let's try to return this. So here I'm going to say return stack.navigator. Within that, we're going to have the first screen as of now. So stack.screen. Let's pass on the name. It's going to be equals to home. And your component to render for this is going to be equals to your home screen. Import home screen from the screens folder correctly. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. So as of now, that's the code for home stack navigator. Let's come back to the play stack navigator. Let's define that as well. So here I'm going to create initially the play screen. I'm going to say play screen.tsx rnfes and then save. The next one is for your book screen, book screen.tsx rnfes and then save. So let's come back to play stack navigator. Let's again initialize the type over here. I'm going to say export type play stack param list is going to be equals to your play home of undefined. That's essentially the screen name. Furthermore, your create activity, so create activity of undefined. Okay, again similarly, let's try to initialize your stack over here. So const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, and here within the return block I'm going to say stack dot your navigator. Within that, the first one stack.screen. Okay, here having your name, that is going to be equals to your play home. You can give in any screen name you want to give, and component to render is going to be equals to your play screen. Import that from your screens folder. So that's it as of now for the play stack navigator. Now let's move on to the next one, that is your book stack navigator. Let's similarly initialize this. So book stack navigator, here I'm going to say export type book stack param list is going to be equals to book home undefined. Furthermore, your venue info, this in turn is going to have in a name of the info. Furthermore, your timings of string, location as well of string, then rating of a number, then your sports available, that is essentially going to be of a type array. So I'm going to say array of your name as well as the icon. Furthermore, bookings of any. Apart from venue info, we're going to have the slot, that is which exactly slot is booked, and then place, it's going to contain place, string, sports for the slot, any. Furthermore, your bookings. Finally, create area and then string. Okay, let's try to initialize your stack over here. So const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. This is essentially going to say book stack param list, or we can just write this function for now. That's enough. Okay, let's try to return it over here. I'm going to say return stack dot navigator. Here having your first screen, stack.screen, pass in the name, that is going to be equals to book home. Let's give a format once, and apart from that over here I'm going to say component is going to be equals to your book screen. Let's format and then let's try to save the file. So yeah, we have defined this. So now let's come back to your root navigator tsx and let's try to render the conditional code over here. So here I'm going to say const is signed in is going to be equals to true, let's say for now, as of now, and let's try to initialize the stack. So const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, and here try to write the condition saying if is signed in. Here I'm going to say stack.screen, or let's write it like this. Let's remove this. We're going to have a single stack.navigator, not this, stack.navigator. Within that, add in the condition that if at all is signed in is true. Add in this particular condition, that is your stack.screen here it's going to be stack.group, where all of the auth screens are going to show up. So I'm going to say stack.group okay, it says stack is undefined. Okay, wrong spelling, capital S. All right, so for the stack.screen, name is going to be main, that's the main tabs, and component here we're going to render is the app navigator. So I'm going to say app navigator, right? So now yeah, below this we can actually later design your auth screen. So as of now, let's try to clear off the app, and once I save the file, since your app navigator is being rendered, let's check out the code over there. We do have your initial home, that is your home stack navigator. So essentially all of the 4 tabs should be rendered, and this is going to be the first tab. So let's come back over here. Let's try to cut the server, and then I'm going to say npx expo start again. Let's try to enter and then press on I. So there is some issue. So it says cannot find module tailwind css / package or JSON. Okay, so let's try to initialize that. I'm going to say yarn add tailwind css, enter. Let's check that out in the package or JSON. Okay, so basically version 4 is installed, so I don't think version 4 is compatible with native wind. So I'm going to use my version that I've used previously while building up the project, that is essentially version 3. So make sure you add in your 3.4.17 to the tailwind CSS. Again, hit yarn so that it gets updated to that particular version, and we're going to run the project again. Hopefully this time there should be no errors. So again, npx expo start, enter. All right, let's press on I. Let's see what exactly is going to happen. Okay, that's weird. Okay, my bad, because in the app.tsx we need to render your root navigator, then only this is going to work. Come back over here, and here, as you can see, since it is the old code, it is showing that code itself. So root navigator, save. Okay, it just couldn't register the navigator. Have you wrapped your app with a navigation container? Yeah, so we have forgotten that step. Let's try to include your navigation container over here. I'm going to say navigation container. Within that, add your root navigator. And boom, just like that, we are able to see all of the 4 tabs: home, play, book, as well as more. Yeah, but we do not want the header shown. Let's try to remove that wherever it's required. So starting off from your app navigator, I think we have given that. Let's verify that once again. Yeah, so it is given over here. Let's give it to each of the stacks. So for the home stack navigator, let's say over here, I'm going to say screen options, header shown is going to be false. So header shown is going to be false. Copy that down, and your play stack navigator, let's add it over here, as well as your book stack navigator. Okay, so there you go. For all of the tabs, it's gone. We do have still the main header that is coming from your root navigator that we have just initialized. So even for that, screen options, and there you go. Okay, so as of now, we're able to see all of the 4 tabs with all of the navigators for each tab being set up correctly. This is done. So now we can actually start designing your home screen. That's going to look something like this. Okay, so let's come back to your home screen.tsx, and then let's start designing your home screen. So initially, let's set up our navigation part. So I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, just like this. And over here, let's start designing the return block to design all of these components. So I'm going to have in my safe area view. Okay, so copy that over here, and let's try to make use of that. Save. As you can see, that's working fine. So let's have in the class name. So here I'm going to give it a flex of 1, and then a bg of white. So I'm going to say bg white. So save the file. Okay, that got applied. Now below that, we're going to have your sticky header. So here I'm just going to say having a view for that. Within that, we're going to have one more view, and this view in turn is going to have a text which says location, and below that we're going to have one more text which is going to say Sahakar Nagar, and then the city name. So let's try to save the file. Okay, and yeah, towards the rightmost part, we're going to have the next part of the design that's going to come over here. So here we're going to include a dependency known as Lucid React Native. So let's try to install that. So here I'm going to say yarn add Lucid React Native. Let's hit enter, because we're going to use the icons from that particular package. So here within the view, I'm going to say message circle. As you can see, it got imported just like this. And over here, we're going to have your size 20, and then stroke, that's going to be 333. So apart from that, the next thing we have is your bell. That's the notification icon. So here I'm going to say bell, import from Lucid React Native. Here again, I'm going to say size of 20, and I'm going to say stroke is going to be equals to 333. Then finally, towards the rightmost part, we're going to have the image. So let's try to initialize a pressable for that. Import that from React Native. Here having an image from React Native, taking the source, passing the URI. So for now, we do not have the dynamic image, obviously, because there is no sign up and sign in implemented. Let's try to get your own image. So I'm going to use my Google image over here. So right click, copy image address, come back over here and then paste it over here. So save. Okay, so for some reason it is not loading. Let's try to reload once. Hopefully we should be seeing the icons as well as the image. Okay, it says unable to resolve React Native SVG because we have installed this package. I think that is dependent on it. So let's try to install that as well. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native SVG. So let's hit enter. Now let's try to hard reload it. So just try to restart it again. So hopefully we should be seeing the required design on the screen. Let's check that out. And there you go. Finally, we're able to see that on the screen, which is good. Make sure to install React Native SVG. Let's start designing the outermost view over here. So initially class name. So padding X of 4, padding Y of 3, then a BG of white. Apart from that, flex of row. Furthermore, justify of between, item center, border is going to be B, and border gray of 300. So border gray of 200. So save. Okay, so for some reason it is not, auto refreshing. Okay, let's give a flex of 1 to this. So class name, flex 1. Let's change some design over here. Okay, it is working, but for some reason I think I'm writing the styles wrong, because let's check that out, because within the view it should essentially work. Okay, let's give a flex of row for this. Let's see how exactly it's looking. So flex of row, then a gap of 4, items of center, and then a margin left of 2. Okay, so for some reason it is not working fine because the flex is not getting applied. Save. Okay, so for some reason still the style is not getting applied, whatever we have done. So because I've given a flex for this as well, and even for the topmost view, so essentially it should come in a flex. But okay, let's check out mostly the tailwind config, and let's see where exactly is the issue. Some issue with related to that file, I guess. So tailwind config.js file. Okay, so it says okay, so it's not working because of this reason, because it is only going to be applied to app.tsx as of now with respect to this code, as well as the components as well. So currently we are in the screens folder, that is a home screen. So that's the reason it's not getting applied. Let's change the content to be of, let's say, this one. Okay, so now I'm also going to add the screens, components, app.tsx as is, as well as the navigation too. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, it is working fine. So that's the reason it was not initially working. Yeah, which is good. Now it's working. So now the next step is for your text, let's pass on the style. So here I'm going to say class name. Here I'm going to say text gray of, let's say, 400, and then text of XS. Okay, that's looking nice. So here I'm going to say class name for this. Here I'm going to say text LG, font of semi-bold. Alright, that's looking good. Let's pass on the style for the image so that we could see it onto the screen. Initially this is going to have a width of 8, so I'm going to say width 8, height of 8 as well, rounded full, and boom, just like that, the design is looking pretty clean. So yeah, this part is done. So I think the next step is we can go and design the second part of the design. So for that we're going to have initially a scroll view at the top. So over here I'm going to say scroll view. So below that we're going to have the weekly fit goal card. So having a view for that, yeah, we're going to have one more view. Within that we're going to have a text which says set your weekly fit goal. Okay, and below that we're going to say one more text which says keep yourself fit. So text in caps, I'm going to say keep yourself fit, and towards the right hand side we're going to have that icon being passed. Okay, So I'll first of all design this and then let's look into the design part. So I'm going to say class name padding x of 4, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, show vertical scroll indicator, and set it to be a false. So over here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a bg of this color code, that is hashtag f4 f4 f5. Okay, then I'm going to say rounded to XL, then a padding of 4, some internal spacing, empty of 4, give it a flex of row. Okay, then items of center, then justify of between. So save. As you can see, that's looking nice. Let's start styling out the inner text over here. So class name, this is going to say text of LG, font of semi bold, and here I'm going to say class name text of SM, text gray of 500, and some margin top of 1. So as you can see, just like that is looking good. So I'm just going to paste in the design for this one, which is going to contain the icon as well as the emoji. So I'm just going to add it over here. You can actually open up the keyboard and then directly add it. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, this part is done. Now the next step is to design this particular block, which contains create game, view my calendar, as well as the create button. So just below your view, we're going to create the game card over here. So having a view, here I'm going to say text, which is going to say start playing in caps. So start playing. Okay, so yes, apart from that, I'm going to have in a view over here. Within this view, I'm going to have a text which says create game, and below that text we're going to have one more text. Basically here I'm going to say no upcoming games in your calendar. All right, yeah, that's looking good. And below that we're going to have a touchable opacity which says create game. So that's going to happen right below this view. I'm going to say touchable opacity, import that from React Native correctly, and this in turn is going to have a text which says create. Okay, that is done. So below the touchable opacity as well as the view, we're going to have another touchable opacity which is going to have a text which says view my calendar. So I'm going to say view my calendar. So save the file. All right, that's looking good. So now let's start styling out from the topmost view. So having a class name, this is going to have a row fashion. So I'm going to say flex of row, and then items of center, justify of between. Okay, so yes, apart from that, we're going to start styling out the view. I think, okay, my bad, start playing, I think this is the wrong one. Yeah, start playing is that's correct. So for the text which says start playing, let's pass on the style. I'm going to say class name over here, initially a text of SM, so text small, font of semi bold, and then a text gray of 400. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, I think I probably gave the wrong style to the topmost view. So it's going to have a bg of white. This should come for the inner view. So let's say bg white, then border, and it's going to be border gray 200. So border gray 200, rounded is going to be 2xl. Okay, then some internal spacing, padding of 4, empty of 4, shadow is going to be small, so shadow SM, as well as a position of relative. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. So for the inner view, let's provide the style. So I'm going to say class name, this is going to have a row fashion. So class name, flex of row, item center, justify of between. Okay, all right, so for some reason, okay, I think I missed up a view, because this text which says new upcoming games, no upcoming game should come below the create game, right? So for that, let's have in one more view over here. Within that, add in 2 pieces of texts. Let's format once. and below this view we're going to have the touchable opacity. So only the create button comes towards the rightmost part. There you go, that's looking good. So for your inner view there is no design, so for this let's pass on the design. So class name for create game, text of Excel, font of semi bold, and empty of 2. Okay, that's looking nice. So class name over here for the second text, it's going to have a text of base, furthermore text gray of 500, so 500, then it's going to have an empty of 1. All right, that's looking good. For your touchable opacity we need to design the button, which is going to look something like this for the create button. So initialize a class name over here. So class name initially bg of white, then a padding x of 4, padding y of 1.5. Furthermore I'm going to say border as well as border gray of 300, and rounded is going to be medium. Save. So yeah, that's looking good. Let's also give let's say padding y of 2. Yep, I think that's looking nice. Okay, so style for the, not style, class name for the create button, text of base, so text base over here, font of semi bold, format, and then let's save. All right, that's looking pretty clean. This part is done. So now view my calendar, I think this should come right below the view. I messed up that one. So copy down your touchable opacity, add it over here. Okay, let's pass on the style for the touchable opacity. Here empty of 3, self of center, save, and just like that it came to the center part of the screen, of the container. So let's give the style for the text, it should be underlined. So class name initially it is going to say text of 222, font is going to be semi bold, underline, text of base, save. As you can see, this design is looking really nice, right? So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is let's move on to design the groups as well as the game time activities. Right below your view this design is going to come up, so having a view for that, within this touchable opacity we're going to have 2 more views, and within this view we're going to have the text which says basically the icon. I'll be getting the icon once I design this. Okay, and below that we're going to have a view which says a text which is going to have groups over here. Okay, below the text we're going to have one more text which says connect, compete, and discuss. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. So first of all, yeah, again towards the rightmost part I'm going to get the icon. So for that we're going to have the icon being coming over here in the form of a text. So right below this one I'm going to say text, and we're going to get basically this icon, essentially that one. So save the file. Let's pass on the style for the outermost container. So I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have a bg of this color code. So I'm going to say hashtag F9FA FB. So F9 FA and then FB. Okay, furthermore I'm going to say empty of 5, rounded of 2 XL, then some internal spacing, padding of 4, space y of 4. Okay, so save the file. All right, that's looking okay-ish, right? Yeah, so for the touchable opacity I'm going to go to flex of row. So initially class name, flex row, items of center, as well as justify of between. Once we give your icon, automatically they should work fine. So yeah, apart from touchable opacity, again you're gonna have the similar touchable opacity one more time. Include that. This is gonna say game time activities over here. I'm gonna say game time activities, and we're gonna say 410 player hosted games. 410 player hosted games. So save the file. As you can see, that design is looking nice. So let's start styling out the inner view. that's going to be over here. That is right after your touchable opacity. So I'm going to say class name over here, initially a flex of row, okay, and then items of center as well as a gap of 3. That's looking good. So for the inner view, that's the final most inner view. Here I'm going to say bg green of 100. So bg green of 100, some internal spacing, padding of 2, and then rounded of full. This is for the icon part. Okay, I think I messed this up. So this should only contain the text, and below the view we're gonna have, below the text we're gonna have the other view, just like this. Okay, so for the text over here, I'm gonna say class name. This in turn is gonna say font of semi-bold, then text of LG, text gray of 800, right? That is looking good. So for this one, I'm going to say text of SM, text gray. So I'm going to say text gray of 500. Okay, so similar styling for the second container, these ones. Copy that and then paste it over here. Save. And yeah, I'm just going to paste in the code for the remaining ones with the icons. So let's try to implement that. So just add in the code. Let's save the file, and just like that, it's working fine. You can take a look at it. So this is your icon. That is a people icon. You can get it from the emoji bar. And the next step is, this is for your arrow icon. That's towards the rightmost part. So you can take a look at it from the starting point. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is, we're going to style this one, bookings, as well as the PlayPals design. So let's get started. So it's going to come right below the view. Okay, so let's minimize this. Yep, right below this one. So here, let's try to have a view being passed. Within this view, we're going to have a touchable opacity. I'm going to say touchable opacity. Then furthermore, we're going to have 2 pieces of text which says bookings, as well as your second text which says game history. So game history. Okay, so again copy this down one more time. This is going to say PlayPals as well as manage players. So here I'm going to say PlayPals as well as manage players. I'm going to say manage players. Okay, that's looking good. Let's quickly finish this styling. It's pretty simple. So class name over here. So flex of row, because we want it in a row fashion. Justify of between, empty of 5. All right. So for touchable opacity, class name, width of let's say 48%. So 48% over here. Then bg of white, rounded is going to be 2xl. Border, then border gray of 200, border gray 200, internal spacing padding of 4. Okay, as you can see, that is looking good. So essentially the same design for your second touchable opacity as well. So copy that and then paste. That's looking nice. So for your text, I'm going to say class name. So class name over here, font of semi-bold, text of base. So I'm going to say text base, text of black. For the second piece of text, again, access the class name, text of SM, text gray of 500. As you can see, that is looking pretty clean. Add in the same piece of design for the next one as well. So copy that down and paste it over here. Same thing over here as well. Save. Okay, this part is done. So now let's try to design the spotlight design that's going to look something like this, as well as these designs. So once this is done, the home screen is completely done. So let's get in the spotlight data. So I'm just going to go to the top and then paste it over here. So this is essentially an array of objects containing a unique ID, a image, a text, as well as the description. Okay, so I'll be sending all of these data in the description in the form of a drive link. You can access it and then you can use it. So let's use this data and then let's design the spotlight design. So right below the view, I'm going to have a text which says spotlight. All right, and below that we're going to have your scroll view, and within this I'm going to map over the spotlight data. So I'm going to say spotlight data dot apply the map function. So for every item comma your index, let's try to have in a touchable opacity. Okay, key is going to be equals to item.id, and within the touchable opacity we're going to have your image being shown. I'm going to say image, pass in the source for the image, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That's going to be equals to item.image. Okay, so here I'm going to say class name, width of full, height of 56. Right, save the file. As you can see, just like that, all the images are being shown onto the screen, which is good. Add in the resize mode of cover. So resize mode is going to be cover. So let's pass on the design for your scroll view. Before that, let's have in the content being shown. So below your image, we need to access the item.text as well as the item.description. So here I'm going to say having a view, I'm going to have a text which says item.text. Okay, having another piece of text which is going to say item.description. As you can see, both the texts are being shown onto the screen, which is looking good. So for your text, let's give the styling class name, text of Excel, font of bold, empty of 6, margin bottom of 2. That's looking fine. For your scroll view, initially horizontal because we want it in a horizontal fashion, and then show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. I think we can actually quit the texts part because I'm not sure if it's added over here. Yeah, it is added. Yeah, so the image by default has the text, and we're also going to add the text over here, as you can see in the design. So let's keep it as is. So now for your touchable opacity, pass in the class name, initially margin right of 4, a BG of white, rounded of Excel, width of 48, overflow is going to be of hidden, shadow of SM. Reload. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking pretty cool. So this part is done. So for the view, let's pass on the style, class name, some internal spacing padding of 3. Let's pass on the class name for this as well. Font of bold, text green of 800, text of base, and here I'm going to say class name, text of SM, text gray of 600. And just like that, our design is looking good. So this part is done. So we have designed the initial screen, that is the spotlight. We have designed the initial home screen, and we have some more designs remaining. Let's complete that. So the next part is for the social follow design. I'm just going to add in the design for that. Okay, you can actually take in your own icons. So they should come right below the scroll view, not over there. And there you go, we're able to see that design being shown to the screen with all of the different icons. You can add in your own icons. As of now, I've just added the test icons over here. Okay, so the next part is the referral section. So here I'm going to say pass in a view and have in one more view over here. This in turn is going to have a text with the icon, that is the gift icon, and below your view we're going to have one more piece of view. Okay, here we're going to have a text which says refer a sport enthusiast. So refer a sports enthusiast. And let's add in one more piece of text over here, which is going to say earn. We're going to have one more text which says 50 karma points by inviting your friends. So let's pass on the styling for this. I'm going to say class name. It's going to say bg hashtag f9fafb. Okay, furthermore, rounded is going to be 2xl, some internal spacing padding of 4, margin bottom of 6, flex of row, okay, and items of center. That's looking good. So for your inner view, I'm going to pass in the class name. It is going to have a bg gray of 100, padding of 3, rounded of full, and then a margin right of 3. Okay, here I'm going to get in the icon. You can actually add in the gift icon over there. So for this particular view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1. And for this particular text, I'm going to say class name, initially font of semi bold, text of base. Here I'm going to have in my class name, for the initial text, it's going to be text sm, text gray of 600. Class name, it's going to be text blue of 500. As you can see, that is looking nice. Let's format over here and then let's try to save. I'm just going to get in the icon over here. Okay, you can add in the gift icon just like that. So this part is done. So now the final step in the home screen is to design the footer part. Let's do that quickly. So here, having a view. Within that, we're going to have one more piece of view, a text, which says Playo. And below the text, we're going to have one more text, which says your sports community app. So your sports community app. And below that, we're going to have one more view. So here we're going to have an untouchable opacity, which in turn is going to have a text which says privacy policy. So privacy policy, and we're going to have one more text with the dot below your touchable opacity. That is for this particular dot. So here I'm going to say text. So in Mac, it's going to be option 8. You can get in that white color dot. And again, we're going to have one more touchable opacity within a text which says terms of service. So let's pass on the view for this. Let's pass on the design for the view. Items of center. Furthermore, MB of 10, margin top of 4. Alright, so for the text which says Playo, initially class name, text of 2XL, font of bold, and text is going to be of this color code. So I'm going to say hashtag 14B8A6. Okay, so this is done. Let's pass in the class name over here. I'm going to say text of SM, text gray of let's say 500 over here, as well as a empty of 1. As you can see, just like that, the design is looking pretty clean. So for the view, let's pass on the class name, initially a flex of row. So I'm going to say flex row, item center, space x of 2, and then a margin top of 2. That's looking nice. So for the touchable opacity, class name, text of SM, text blue of let's say 500, and then underline. So the same piece of design, underline is for the text. Yeah, this should come for the text, my bad. So copy that down, add it to this one as well as this one, and this is going to say text gray of 400. So text gray, class name, text gray of 400. Save. All right, that's looking good. So this part is done. You can add in one more for the FAQs. Okay, so let's say gap of 3 instead of this, gap 3. Yeah, I think gap is working better. Let's provide 1. Yep, 1 is looking nice. So yeah, this part is done. Let's add in one more text over here just to differentiate that. Yeah, this is done. Okay, so now actually we can look into the design of the profile screen as well. That is this one. That is just the UI related design. So let's finish that. So let's come back to profile screen.tsx, and over here let's start and finish this design, and then later we can create a new backend project in MongoDB and then connect to the front end part. So let's come back to your profile screen.tsx. Okay, so here initially let's try to start using the safe area view. Here I'm going to say safe area view, copy that down and make use of that. Having a class name over here, it's going to have a flex of 1, bg gray of 100. Okay, that's being applied. The next thing is we're going to have basically a scroll view being shown. So here I'm going to say scroll view. Import that from React Native as such. We're going to have the header being shown, that is the blue color or the dark blue color design. Here we're going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have another view where we have the image. Import that from React Native as such. Take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. I'm going to get in my URI over here. As of now, just the hard-coded one. Copy the image address and then paste it over here. And below the image, we're going to have another piece of view, which in turn is going to have 2 pieces of text. Here I'm going to add in my name, and we're going to have in a text which says the number of karma points earned. So I'm going to say 150 karma points. So save the file. Okay, that's looking good. Let's start styling out the view, that is the header part. So class name initially, this in turn is going to have a bg of hashtag 294461. Furthermore, your padding of 4 as well as a padding bottom of 8. Let's pass on the class name over here. So class name, flex of row, items of center as well as justify of between. For this, let's provide the class name. It's essentially going to have a flex of row. Okay, then your items of center. Here I'm going to say class name, width of 16, height of 16, rounded is going to be full, some margin right of 4. Format once and then let's try to save. As you can see, we're able to see that design being shown to the screen, which is looking good. So for your class name, yeah, that's done. I mean, for the view, here I'm going to say design. Yeah, so this doesn't contain any style. So here, class name for the text, I'm going to say text white, text of Excel, font of bold. For this, I'm going to say class name, text of white, text of SN. That's looking good. So right below your view, that is this one, we're going to have your touchable opacity. So this is going to come towards the rightmost part. So here we're going to have the edit from the Lucid React Native. Color is going to be white. And your size is going to be equals to 24. So size is 24. Format once and then let's try to save. As you can see, just like that, that design is looking good. So that's it about your header part. So now the main section where we have, different icons and designs. So initially I'm going to paste in for 1. Initially we're going to design for 1 and the remaining ones we're going to change it. So right below your view, having the second view being passed. Here I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Okay, so within the touchable opacity, we're going to have a view, and this is going to have a type of calendar. Import that from Lucid React Native. color is going to be green, so color green. Apart from that, size is going to be equals to 24. All right, and yeah, below that we're going to have one more view. Within this, I'm going to have a text which says my bookings. We're going to have text over here that's going to be view transactions and recipes. I mean, not recipes, my bad, it's going to be receipts. Okay, so I did it wrong, so receipts. Save. Okay, that's looking good. So let's initially style out the outermost view to provide some internal spacing. So class name, padding x of 4, and then a empty of 4 as well. That's looking good. So for the inner view, I'm going to say class name, a bg of white, rounded of xl, some internal spacing, padding of 4, shadow sm. So let's look into that design over here. That's looking nice. So for your touchable opacity, again a flex of row. So class name over here. So flex row, items of let's say center, padding y of 3. Right. So for the inner view, initially class name, width of 12 as well as a height of 12, rounded full, bg gray of 200, justify center, item center as well, mr of 4. So for this view, I'm going to give it a flex of 1. So flex of 1. And for the text, the first text, I'm going to say class name. So text gray of 800. And text is going to be of base. So text base. Font of semi-bold. Let's format once. Here I'm going to say class name, text gray of 500, and then a text of sm. And below the touchable opacity, we're going to have a self-enclosing view. I'm going to say class name. Then we're going to have bg gray of 200, and then some horizontal spacing, I mean vertical spacing. That is just for the border line that we have designed this. Okay. So that's it. So you can actually, add in the touchable opacity a couple of times and then you can make the change along with the view. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking fine. So this part is done. The next step is for PlayPals as well as view and manage players. Here I'm going to say view and manage players. Save. The next one is for the passbook, manage karma, player credits, and then etc. So here I'm going to say passbook, here manage karma, player credits, okay, that's it. So I'm just going to paste in the code for the remaining ones. Essentially the design is going to remain same. I'm also going to add in the updated icons over here. So just added the code. So yeah, because this is the dynamic code, so I'm just going to get in my details over here. It's hard coded for now, and I'm going to add in my image. Copy that and then paste it over here. Save. Handle sign out doesn't exist, okay, because it is given over here. Let's remove that for now. Reload the app. Hopefully you should be seeing the proper design being shown. I'll be showing the code right from the scratch. So come back to more, and there you go. Just like that, our complete design is ready for the profile screen. Okay, you can just design 2 or 3 and then you can make the changes for the remaining ones. Let's check out the design from the starting point if at all you have missed any code over here. So save. This for the secondary section, that is width of the gap. You can check this out starting from the offers as well as view available discounts. Okay, this part is done. So now let's actually create a fresh new MongoDB project and then connect that particular project to the front end part. Okay, so let's head over to Chrome and I'm going to say MongoDB. Let's try to sign in with Google over here. Press on sign in. So essentially, once you sign in, you would be brought to this particular web page. That is the starting point. So let's wait for that. It's currently loading. Yeah, and towards the left hand side, it's going to show the recent project you've worked on. Press on the drop down, scroll down. You're going to press on new project button. And here I'm going to say project name. Let's say Playo new. And just press on next over here. As you can see, I myself am the project owner. That is with this email. I'm going to say create project. So let's wait for some time. Okay, so now the next step is to create a cluster. So I'm going to say create the cluster and make sure you're on the free version. It provides a storage of 512 MB and other information I'm going to leave it as default, and I'm going to press on create deployment over here. So yeah, let's wait for some time. I'm not sure why nothing is happening. I have pressed on create deployment. Let's try to reload once. Okay, so you have saved a configuration. Click here to load and review it. Okay, I think now it's working. Okay, my bad. Let's choose the free version. Create deployment. All right, so for some reason, some issues happening, not sure why we're not able to proceed to the next step. Let's look into that. Let's say we do not want the paid one. Free. Create deployment. Okay, probably there is some issue. Let's go into another instance once more. Sign in. Okay, so we are in Playo new. Come back to your OU tab and then just press on create cluster. Again, let's give this a try. Free version. Leave this as default, then create deployment. Okay, so hopefully it should work now. Select all images with crosswalks. Yeah, now it's working. For some reason previously, I don't know what happened, it was not working. So add in your username and password for the database part and then create database user. Choose a connection method. We're going to choose the fourth option, MongoDB for VS Code. So as you can see, cluster 0 is provisioning. Let's wait for that. So let's create API folder within our project directory. Press on app.tsx, new folder, API. And here let's come back to the terminal. I'm going to say new terminal. Let's go into cd API. Let's initialize the package.json. So for this, I'm going to say backend, and for the remaining questions, I'm going to press on enter. So you should be seeing the file getting created. That is package.json over here. Okay. So here let's try to install few dependencies that is required for the backend part. So I'm directly going to say yarn add course express JSON web token node.mon node mailer socket.io moment mongoose. Yep, I think that's it for now. Let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies should be installed within the dependencies object over here. There you go. That's being installed correctly, which is good. So apart from this, the next step is let's initialize the start script over here. I'm going to say start. It's going to be equals to node.mon index.js. Let's try to define the index.js file and let's try to initialize it with the initial part of the code, and let's try to connect the code to connect this backend app to the front end project. So I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express. Okay, and let's initialize mongoose. I'm going to say const mongoose. It's going to be equals to require of mongoose. I'm going to say const course is going to be equals to require of course. The next one is I'm going to say const http is going to be equals to require of http. Let's initialize the instance. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express. So our instance is created for the app, and I'm going to say const port is going to be equals to, let's say 3001. You can choose any port you want to choose, and here I'm going to say app.use of course and app.use express.json. Okay, that's it. So now let's try to initialize the connection method with the help of mongoose.connect method. I'm going to say mongoose.connect. This is going to take in the connection URL. So to get the connection URL, head back to MongoDB, and it should be giving that particular URL. Copy that down. That's your connection URL with your username and password already written by MongoDB itself. So just paste the URL over here, and once that's done, apply the .then method. Here I'm just gonna console.log saying MongoDB is connected. Let's also try to catch the error if at all there is any issue while connecting to the backend. So here I'm gonna say .catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error. Here let's say MongoDB connection error. So MongoDB connection error. That's pretty much it. Let's try to format and then let's try to save. So after this, let's try to use the listen method. So here I'm going to say app.listen. Okay, on the port. And here I'm going to say console.log server running on port 3001. Let's try to give this a try. I'm going to say yarn start. If everything works correctly, we need to be seeing MongoDB connection, MongoDB connected as well as server running on port 3001. So here I'm going to say yarn start, enter. As you can see, server running on port 3001 and MongoDB is connected. Okay, so we have successfully connected the front-end project to the backend MongoDB. This part is done. So now the next step is we can actually start designing the screen, that is the play screen. That is going to look something like this. Let's check out the play screen. Yeah, I don't think that's added. Yeah, so I'll be adding that play screen. So we're going to design the play screen where we have some initial designs at the top, and we also have the create game button. And once the user presses on create game, we are going to actually create that particular design first for the create activity. And once the design is done, we're going to implement a endpoint to create a game for a particular user. Or before that, we also need to implement the authentication part. Yeah, I think that would be better. First of all, let's try to initialize the models, that is whatever models you're going to use for the entire project. After that, let's look into the design of the authentication screens. Okay, once that is done, let's create the user, then we can look into the design of the play screen. Because to create the game, we do need access to the user's information, that's the person who's currently logged in. Okay, we need access to the ID and all the other details for creating a game. So that's the reason let's look into the auth screens designs first, and let's later look into the endpoint creation. So now first of all, let's get started by designing the models. That's the first step. So press on new folder. I'm going to say models. We're going to use 4 models in this project: game model, message model, user model, as well as the venue model. So I'm going to say new file, game.js. Furthermore, your message.js, your venue.js, as well as yours. Game is done, message is done, then we have the user.js. Okay, so let's start defining the user model over here. So here I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. Here I'm going to say const user schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema. Okay, here I'm going to have in my clerk ID. So your type is going to be of string, and required is going to be true. Unique is also going to be true, right? So yep, this is done. The next step is email. type of string, required is going to be true. Then we also need access to the first name as well as the last name of the user who is logging in. So type string, required is going to be true. So in this case, last name is not a compulsory field, so I'm going to leave it as default. So we're just going to say type of string for that. So I'm going to say last name, type of string. Okay, so apart from last name, I'm going to say image. Okay, here I'm going to say type of string and required is going to be true. Apart from image, I'm going to say skill, it's going to be type of string, right? So yeah, apart from skill, we're going to have the next one, that is number of games. This is going to be a type of number. Then default is going to be 0. Then the PlayPals, that is the people whom they have played with. So I'm going to say PlayPals over here. This is going to say essentially type of mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object ID. Reference is going to be to the user, right? Here I'm going to say sports. That's going to be basically an array of string. Provider is going to be of type string. Apart from that, I'm also going to say timestamps, not time series. Timestamps is going to be true. So that's essentially all of the required details for your user model. Okay, so here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to mongoose dot model dot user or mongoose dot model of user and then user schema. Okay, module dot exports is going to be equals to user. That's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. So next, let's try to define the game model. So let's actually define all of the models. So this part is done with. Okay, so I'm going to say game.js. So let's initialize mongoose again. I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose, right? So here I'm going to say const your game schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema. Here I'm going to say sport, that's going to be type of string. Apart from that, your required is going to be true. Okay, then furthermore, your area for the sport, that is where exactly that particular ground or court is. So I'm going to say required true. Apart from area, the next is date. Okay, so type of string, then required is going to be true. So apart from date, we're going to have time. Type is going to be of string, then your required is going to be of true. Apart from time, I'm going to say admin. Type is going to be of string and your required is going to be of true. Apart from admin, I'm going to say total players. Here type is going to be of string, type is going to be of number, is for players, and then required is going to be of true. Okay, then I'm going to say activity access. Here I'm going to say type is going to be of string. Default, I'm going to make it as public. So default, here I'm going to say public. Apart from this, the players for that particular game, so I'm going to say array of strings. Here I'm going to say type is going to be string. So this is essentially going to contain all of your players IDs. Then the queries for the games, I'm going to say queries, again array of strings. So each query is going to have in the user ID, that is the person who has mentioned the query or asked a query. So type of string over here. Along with that, we're going to have two more things, that is the query itself, that is the message. There's also type of string. Alright, then we're going to say timestamp. So I'm going to say timestamp, type is going to be date. This is done. Next I'm going to say requests. Okay, array of strings again, user id, that is going to be a type of string. Apart from user id, I'm going to say comment, that is whatever they've commented, again type of string this as well. Then the status of the request, it's pending or it's approved, something like that. So status, type of string, that's what it's going to be. Then default is going to be pending. Let's give a format once. Okay, apart from requests, I'm going to say is booked. Here I'm going to say type is going to be boolean and your default is going to be false. Quote number, type is going to be string, default is going to be null. Match full, type is going to be boolean, default is going to be false. I'm not sure if you've exported it. Yeah, it's exported for the user, that's good. So let's export it for the game as well. I'm going to say module.exports, it's going to be equals to your mongoose.model, this is going to be of type game, right, and passing your game schema. Save. Let's look into it one more time. You can check out if you have missed anything. So save. This is done. Let's check out the venue as well. So this is a longer model, so let's complete designing the venue. Again, initially let's say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose, right? Here I'm going to say const venue schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot model, new mongoose dot schema. So venue is going to have a name for it, so I'm going to say type of string, required is going to be true. Okay, so apart from name, we're going to have the rating, so I'm going to say rating, that's going to be of type number. Next we have the image of type string, then your defer link of string as well. Furthermore, your full link, that is going to be string. Okay, then your average rating as well, that's going to be of type number. Then your latitude of type number, then your longitude as well, so longitude of type number. Icon is going to be of type string. Your filter by value, so here most of the information we won't be using, but it's going to come from the data, so that's the reason I'm just adding it over here. We're going to use all of the basic informations, that's it. So filter by string. Then sports available, this is important, so add in that. So here I'm going to say sports available. This is going to be an array of strings containing a ID, the name, icon, price for the sport, as well as the codes available for that particular place. So this is with respect to your sports available. The next one, location of the place, I'm going to say location, it's going to be of type string. All right, furthermore, your address for the place, so here I'm going to say type string, required is going to be true. Okay, address is done. Now the next step is all of the bookings for that particular place or court. Again, array of strings, so it's going to have a court number, that is which exact court was booked. So I'm going to say type is going to be string. Okay, and your required is going to be true. Let's format once. So apart from court number, we are going to have the next one, that is the date for which the court was booked or the game was booked. So I'm going to say type string required true. Okay, apart from date, we're going to have the time, so type is going to be string and your required is going to be true. So apart from time, we're going to have the user, that is the person who has booked the code. So this is going to have a reference to the ID. So I'm going to say type is going to be equals to your mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object ID, and reference is going to be to the user. Okay, required is going to be true. So required is true. Let's format once. Apart from that, we're going to have it for the sport. I'm going to say sport. Your type is going to be of type string. Required is going to be true. Okay, apart from sport, the game that was booked. So I'm going to say game. This also is going to have a reference, that is type mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object ID, reference to the game. That's it. So these are your details for the venue. You can check it out once again. Okay, let's try to export the details. I'm going to say const venue is going to be equals to mongoose dot model of the venue, and here I'm going to pass in the venue schema. Let's try to say module dot exports of venue. So module dot exports is going to be equals to venue. Yep, so this part is done. So let's try to save the file. Format once. So these are the required 3 models. Message we can look into it later. Okay, I've not properly implemented the message, so at the later point of the video we're going to implement it if at all we have time. Okay, so we have implemented 3 models as of now. Let's look into the design of your auth screens. So now let's look into the design of the screens, that is for the auth screens. So this is going to be your starting point. Once if you already have an account, then log in. If you don't have, start signing up with the first name, your image, as well as your game selections. So once this is done, a user is registered in the backend. Okay, let's design all of these screens. So for that, let's come back to your root navigator.tsx file that is over here. Okay, so within the stack.group, here we're going to have all of the required screens. First of all, I'm going to create all of the screens. So screens, new file. I'm going to say start screen.tsx rnfes. Furthermore, sign up screen. So sign up screen.tsx rnfes, save. Apart from that, sign in screen .tsx rnfes and then save. Furthermore, your name screen rnfes. Okay, then your select image screen. So I'm going to say select image screen, or just select image.tsx rnfes to get the short code snippet and then save. Furthermore, your game selection screen, here I'm going to say game selection screen.tsx rnfes. Right, so let's come back to root navigator tsx. Let's have in the first screen, I'm going to say stack.screen. Let's pass in the name for this. I'm going to say name is going to be equals to start. Okay, it should be capital S. So start, and then component to render for the screen, I'm going to say start screen, save. Let's make it false over here so that we can see the design for that. So false, and just like that we're able to see the start screen. So let's get started with designing the start screen. That's going to look something like this. So here initially I'm going to have my navigation being initialized. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, and I'm going to have a reference to my map view, because as you can see we are going to design a map. So const map view is going to be equals to use ref, initially pointing to be null. Okay, so furthermore we're going to install a dependency, that is React Native Maps, for implementing this. So come back to terminal, yarn add React Native Maps, enter. So let's make use of this and let's actually try to render the safe area view. Okay, save the file. Having the class name for this, flex of 1, bg of white. That got changed, which is fine. Within that, I'm gonna have my map view being shown. So map view. Within the map view, first of all, we're gonna have in the circular points being generated. So because we want to show all of the users at particular latitude as well as longitude. So let's create a function known as circular points. So I'm going to say const circular points is going to be equals to generate circular points of the coordinates. So I'm going to use the Bangalore coordinates. So I'm going to say const Bangalore coordinates is going to be equals to latitude, that is 12.9916987, then longitude, that is 77.5945.627. Okay, you can check out the Bangalore coordinates over here. Apart from this, I'm also going to add in the user details over here, that is hard coded as of now. It is essentially going to contain the image as well as the description that we're going to show right over here. Okay, minimize that. I'll be sending all of these data as well as the images, whatever I use in the description. You can take a look at it. Let's define the function const generate circular points. It's going to be equals to your center, okay, then your radius and your num points. That is going to be equals to, okay, initially I'm going to say points is going to be equals to an empty array. I'm going to calculate my angle step. I'm going to say const angle step is going to be equals to 2 star math dot your pi by number of points. So now here I'm going to apply my for loop. I'm going to say for let I equals to 0, I is less than number of points, then I'm going to say I plus plus. So here, okay, for some reason it's not taking the correct function name. Let's change that. Okay, so my bad, it's actually expecting two things. That's the reason it's erroring out. So Bangalore coords as well as your details, radius as well as the number of points. We need 6 points, so 6. Yeah, now it's working fine. So within the for loop, I'm going to say const angle is going to be equals to I multiplied by your angle step, and here I'm going to say const your latitude is going to be equals to your center dot latitude plus your radius divided by 111 multiplied by math. I'm going to make use of the cosine function, so math.cos of your angle, and I'm going to add in for the longitude. That's going to be equals to center dot longitude plus your radius divided by 111 multiplied by math.cos of center dot latitude multiplied by math.sine of your angle. That's going to be the longitude value. So just push it into the points array. So I'm going to say points dot push your latitude as well as the longitude. That's it. This is going to return the points. So here I'm going to say return the points. So this points would be stored inside of your circular points. So let's start designing the map view. Initially for this we need to provide the reference. So ref is going to be equals to your map view. Pass in that. Apart from that, it's going to have the style, okay, width of 100% as well as height of 400. Then pass in the initial region, that is compulsory. So initial region is going to be an object. Here I'm going to say latitude, that is going to be equals to Bangalore coords dot latitude. Then your longitude, that's going to be equals to Bangalore coords dot your longitude. Let's format once. And this also expects two more things, that is latitude delta as well as longitude delta. So latitude delta I'm going to say 0.0922. So this is basically with respect to the zoom angle. So longitude delta, that's going to be 0.0421. Okay, that's it. So within your map view, I'm going to map over my circular points. I'm going to say circular points dot map. So for every point as well as your index, let's try to return basically a marker. So first of all, I'm going to access my user over here. So const user is going to be equals to users of your index modulus your index.length. I mean users.length, my bad. So this would give you the user's detail, and with the help of that, we're going to show the images. So here I'm going to make use of the return block. Okay, it's going to have a marker, import that from React Native Maps. This in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have your image. Pass in the source, import image from React Native. This source in turn is going to take in your URI. That is going to be user.image. Let's pass in the class name for this. So width of 70 pixels. So I'm going to say 70 pixels over here. Furthermore, height of 70 pixels as well. So 70 pixels and rounded full. Let's format, import marker. Yeah, so marker expects some coordinates to be given. That's the reason it is erroring out as of now. So yeah, apart from this part, it's going to have resize mode of cover for the image. So I'm going to say resize mode of cover. Okay, then below that we're going to have one more view. I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show your user dot your description. For the marker, it expects the key as well as the coordinate. That's compulsory. So I'm going to say coordinate is going to be equals to your point. Okay, anyhow our point contains the latitude as well as longitude, so just directly pass in the point just like this. Okay, for the view, let's pass in the class name. This is essentially going to have a bg of white and then some padding x of 3, padding y of 2. Okay, so padding y of 2. Apart from that, rounded is going to be medium, margin top of 1. So here for the user description, I'm going to say class name, text of SM, font of medium, text of center. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so for some reason it is erroring out. Let's do one thing. Let's try to cut the server. Control C. I'm going to reload the app over here. Clear off this app. Clear. And I'm going to say npx expo start. Let's open up on the iOS over here. Let's see what exactly happens. All right, so we do still have that error. It says invariant violation, turbo module registry, and then React Native Maps AR module could not be found. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's actually check out my previous package. That is the version I've installed with my previous project. So it says 1.25.0. So let's do one thing. So let's actually install the expo version of it. Let's come back to Chrome and I'm gonna say React Native expo maps, and I'm gonna go to the first link because we had directly installed React Native Maps. Let's use this one and then let's check it out. Okay, so let's say npx expo install React Native Maps. First of all, I'm going to remove this package. So for that, I'm going to say yarn remove React Native Maps, enter. Okay, that's done. So here I'm going to say npx expo install React Native Maps. So clear off the application. Let's give this one more try. What exactly is going to happen? Let's look into it. Alright, so this part is done. So it has installed this version. So now let's give this a try. So let's cut off the server. And from starting, I'm going to say npx expo start. So if everything's working fine, we should be able to see the map loading onto the screen. Let's check that out. and boom, just like that, something is coming onto the screen, which is good. So this part is done. So let's actually look into the design part. It should essentially look something like this basically. So your start screen or tsx. Okay, so for some reason still it's not showing the correct details. That is essentially we need to show it in a single container view such that it looks something like this. So let's make use of a dependency, or let's make use of a use effect basically, and let's try to make use of the fit to coordinates method, and then we're gonna implement it. So for some reason the image is not being shown, not sure why. Let's actually give that a try. If all the images do exist, let's say this one. Yeah, so it is being present. We do have the image. So yeah, let's implement this first of all. I'm going to make use of a use effect. So here it's going to run on the initial mount. Here I'm going to say map view dot current dot, I'm going to say fit to coordinates. I'm going to say fit to coordinates of your circular paths, circular points. And here I'm going to say edge padding, that's going to be top of 70, then your bottom of 70 as well, left of 70, as well as right of 70. Let's try to save the file, and there you go. Just like that, is working absolutely fine. It is coming to the correct position, but for some reason there is some issue with the image. I need to look into that. So we've given class name, width of 70, height of 70 as well, and rounded to full. The URI is going to be equals to your user dot image, but for some reason initially it showed. Okay, but I'm not sure exactly why it's not showing as of now. So let's try to look into this. Alright, for some images it's being shown. Okay, save. Let's start it out one more time. So npx expo start, enter, open on the iOS. All right, now it's working fine. Yeah, so let's go with this. Okay, so all right, so let's go with this one. It's looking good. So below that we have a bunch of designs, that is for the text parts. So let's do that. So right below your map view, I'm gonna have my second view being initialized, which in turn is going to have a text which says find player in your neighborhood. So find player in your neighborhood. All right, below that one more text, just like you did as a kid. That's going to be the text. Okay, and furthermore your login link, initialize a view for that, a pressable, having a text. This in turn is going to say already have an account, then login. So for the view, I'm going to say class name empty of 10, then items of center, justify of center as well. Okay, here passing the class name for this one, text of XL, font of semi bold, text of center, width of 1/2. Okay, here I'm going to say class name text gray of 500, text base, and then empty of 5. So format once, and then let's try to save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the pressable, let's pass on the design. So class name empty of 10, item center, justify center as well. And for the text over here, I'm going to say class name. So here it's going to say text base, text gray of 500. And furthermore, we're going to have the image. So I'm going to get the link for the image, that is just over here. You can take a look at it. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can use that. So save. As you can see, that's looking good. And for the finalmost part here, let's make use of fragments initially, because the design is going to come below your safe area view. So scroll down here, I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a pressable, which in turn is going to have a text which says ready, set, go. So ready, set, and then go. So for the view, I'm going to say class name bg of white, some internal spacing, padding of 6. Class name over here as well, bg green of 500, padding y of 3, rounded of lg. Okay, here I'm going to say class name, text is going to be white, so text white, text base, font is going to be medium, so font medium, as well as text of center. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking pretty clean. So this is your entire start screen, right? So now if the user presses on, already have an account login, we need to design the login screen. So let's look into that. So essentially, let's come back to your login screen.tsx or the sign in screen, and let's actually initialize the navigation part. Okay, on to the already have an account login. So here navigation is initialized. So let's actually have in the screens first over here. Here I'm going to say sign in. Component is going to be sign in screen. Next, sign up. So here I'm going to say sign up. Component is going to be sign up screen. We also have the name screen as well. So let's essentially have in all of the screens. So here I'm going to say name screen. Component is going to be name screen. Apart from that is select image. So add that over here. It's going to say image screen. The name of the screen image. Here it's going to say select image. The final one, game selection screen. Here I'm going to say game selection. So game selection. Component is going to be game selection screen. So game selection screen. Okay, this is done. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save. Okay, so let's start initializing the navigation. So where we already have an account login, here I'm going to say on press, taking a function. Here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be sign in. So let's try to save the file. Let's press on this, and just like that we're coming into the sign in screen.tsx. Okay, let's start designing the sign in screen. It's going to be simple. That is going to look something like this. Okay, so here initially at the top, let's initialize some states that are going to be required. So const email address comma set email address is going to be equals to use state, import that from React, initially of a empty string. Furthermore, for the password, so const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state of an empty string again. Apart from that, your error, if at all any, so const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Then your loading state, so const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state of false. Okay, then over here, apart from that, let's look into the design of the return block. We're going to have the image being shown. So here I'm going to add in the image just like this. Import image from React Native, and essentially it's going to be the same image. Save the file. As you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. Let's pass on the design for the view. So class name flex of 1 bg white. Okay, then items of center, justify of center as well, padding x of 6, and just like that, it's looking good. So below the image, we're going to have a text which says welcome back. Pass on the design for this. So class name, text of 2XL, right? Font of bold, text gray of 800, margin bottom of 1. Format once, and let's try to save. Okay, that's looking good. So below that, we're going to have one more piece of text. So I'm going to say text over here. So within that, I'm going to say sign into continue. So sign into continue. Pass on the class name over here. It's going to have a text of base, text gray of 500, and margin bottom of 6. Okay, that's looking good. So we're going to have the input fields after this. So let's design that. I'm going to say text input. Import that from React Native. Here essentially we're going to have the value. That's going to be email address. Apart from that, on change text, that's going to be equals to set email address. Then we're going to have placeholder. That's going to be equals to email or phone. So I'm going to say email or phone. Then I'm going to give in some internal styling over here. So width of 100%, internal spacing, padding of 12, some margin vertical of 10, border width of let's say 1, border color of CCC, and border radius of 10. And just like that, our design is looking pretty clean. So copy this down one more time for the next one. Okay, so value is going to be equals to password over here. Make that change, password. Here set password. I'm going to say secure text entry is going to be true, and placeholder is going to be password over here. Save. Apart from that, I'm going to say your placeholder text color, that's going to be AAA. Okay, this part is done. So format once, and let's try to save. Apart from this, if there's any error, show that over here. I'm going to say error and having a text being shown. So I'm going to say text over here. Within that, I'm going to say show the error. So passing the class name for this, it is going to be in red color. So text red of 500, and font of let's say medium. Save. Let's see how exactly it's looking. I'm going to say true, and then some default text over here. Yeah, that's looking good. So let's come back. So below this, we're going to have the sign in button. So having a pressable over here. So pressable. This in turn is going to have a condition stating if loading is true, then have an activity indicator, else show a text which says sign in. Here I'm going to say activity indicator. So import that from React Native as such. Here having a size, that's going to be small. Apart from that, color, that is going to be equals to hashtag I mean 6 times F. Class name is going to be equals to margin right of 2. Here having your text field, which is going to say sign in. Let's pass on the design for the pressable over here. So class name, it's going to have your green background color. So for that, I'm going to say width of full BG green. So BG green of 600. Okay, padding Y of 3, rounded XL, flex of row, justify center, items of center. Okay, let's format once, and then let's try to save the file. There you go, that's looking good. So here let's pass on the class name. It should be in a white color. So I'm going to say text white, text of center, font of semi bold, and then a text of medium. Alright, that's looking good. Apart from that, we're going to have the or. That's going to be the divider. Here I'm going to say view, having a self-enclosing view. We're going to have a text which says or, again a self-enclosing view. Class name over here, it's going to have a flex of 1, height of 1 pixel, then your bg gray of 300. Copy that down and then add it over here. Pass on the class name for this. For the or text, mx of 2, text gray of 400, text of small. For the view, it needs to come into a row fashion, all of them. So flex of row, items of center, width of full, margin y of 3. There is some vertical spacing. Save. As you can see, just like that, that's looking pretty clean. This is done. The next step is for your Google sign-in. We're going to have a component being rendered for that. So I'm going to say Google sign-in component to be shown. Component, yeah, that's right. So save. So this part is done. So we have finished designing your sign-in screen. So now if the user presses on get set go, we need to navigate to the name screen. So let's initialize that. So come back to your start screen, copy this down and then come back to the bottommost part. So here I'm going to say on press navigation.navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be name. Save. Let's press on ready set go, and just like that we're coming to the name screen. So name screen is pretty simple. Just get into input fields and then let's design that. So yeah, let's come back to the name screen.tsx. And here initially let's get in the states. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, okay, and const first name comma set first name is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. And apart from that, I'm going to say const last name comma set last name is going to be equals to use state of an empty string again. So within the view, I'm going to have a text which says let's get to know you. Here I'm going to say let's get to know you. All right, save. Unexpected token. Okay, so yeah, we're able to see that onto the top of the screen. Below that, we're going to have a text which says first name, that is compulsory. So first name star. Okay, here I'm going to have my text input, import that from React Native, and I'm going to say value is going to be equals to first name, and on change text it's going to be equals to set first name. Okay, apart from that, your class name, so I'm going to say class name, that's going to be equals to border, and then border gray of 300, rounded of XL, padding X of 4, padding Y of 3, margin bottom of 4. Okay, so let's format once, and then I'm going to say placeholder, that's going to be enter first name. Save. Okay, let's first of all design the view so that it comes to the center part of the screen. So class name, flex of 1, bg white, I mean not center, it should, you know, give a correct spacing over there. So I'm going to say padding X of 6, padding top of 20, or you can directly use the safe area view as well. Padding X6, not there, padding X of 6 as well as padding top of 20. Format once and let's try to save. That's looking nice. So for the first text, class name initially, text of 2XL, okay, then font of bold, margin bottom of 4. Class name over here, I'm going to say text of SM, margin bottom of 1. And just like that, it's looking pretty clean. This is good. So let's have in one more piece of text as well as text input. I'm going to say last name over here. So last name format. Okay, so for your value, that's going to be equals to last name. Here I'm going to say last name on change text, that's going to be equals to set last name. Okay, that is done, and the style is going to remain as is. That's looking pretty clean, and I'm going to say optional in the bracket over here. I'm going to say optional. All right, so below that I'm going to have in my touchable opacity. I'm going to say touchable opacity. Within that I'm going to have my text being shown, which is going to say next. Having the class name for this, that's going to be equals to bg black and padding y of 4. Apart from that, I'm going to say rounded of xl. So rounded xl. Save. So class name for this, it should be in a white color. So text white. Okay. Text center. Font of bold. Text of base. Yeah, that's looking pretty neat. This is good. So this part is done. So once the user presses on next, we go into the image screen, that is the select image screen. So navigation is initialized. So I'm going to say handle next. On press, handle next. Here I'm going to say const handle next is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Okay, so here I'm going to say if not a first name, then if not a first name dot trim, directly try to return. Okay, I'm going to say set the first name to be of the first name dot trim. So the way we're going to implement this is we are also going to have a global context once we implement the endpoint. So as of now, since we're looking at the design part, we're just gonna navigate to the next screen. So as I said, we're gonna have something known as the use user onboarding hook that is going to come from the global context. So as of now, let's do one thing. Let's directly try to navigate. So once we are done with the endpoint part, we're gonna set this up. It's not going to take much time. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to your image. Let's comment this out for now, otherwise we cannot navigate. Save, and there you go, we're coming correctly to the select image screen. So let's start designing the select image screen. That is going to be pretty simple itself. That is going to look something like this. Okay, so let's start with this one. So here I'm going to get in my navigation as usual. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, so some of the details that are going to be required, I'm going to say const image comma set image is going to be equals to use state initially of an empty string. Let's look into the design block. I'm going to make use of a safe area view. So safe area view over here, copy that down and then add it over here as well as over here. Pass on the class name, that's going to be equals to flex of 1 bg gray of let's say 100. Furthermore, padding x of 6. Save. That's looking nice. So apart from that, we're going to have a scroll view within this. I'm going to say scroll view. Right here I'm going to have the header part, which in turn is going to have a text which says choose your avatar. So choose your avatar, and apart from that I'm going to have one more text which is going to say pick one or upload your own. Okay, so for the scroll view I'm going to say content container style, some padding bottom of let's say 100, and for the view some margin top being given. So class name empty of 10 items of center. Okay, that's looking nice. So class name for the first text, it's going to have a text of 2xl, font of bold, and then text green of 600, not 500. I mean not gray, green. So change that. Yeah, that's looking nice. So here I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text base and then text gray of 500 as well as a margin top of 2. That's looking good. So I'm going to have in my image details being shown over here. So let's just briefly describe the image item with the interface. It's going to contain two things, ID and a string. ID as well as the image, sorry, not string. So both of them are going to be of type string. Okay, so yeah, let's save the file. So let's try to map over these images. So format once initially, and right below your view I'm going to say view over here. This view in turn I'm going to say images.map. So images.map for every avatar. Here I'm going to say show in a pressable and have the image being shown over here. So image. And the URI, pass in the source URI, that's going to be equals to your avatar.image. So avatar dot your image. Let's pass in the class name for this, width to full as well as a height to full. So for the pressable I'm going to say class name. So it's going to be basically a conditional styling. I've just added that. You can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. And just like that, we're able to see all of the images onto the screen. For the view, let's give it a row fashion. So class name, flex of row, flex of wrap as well, justify of center, as well as a margin top of 10. And just like that, it's looking pretty neat. This part is done. So now the next step is a custom URL input. After all, the user can enter their own URL. Here I'm going to say view. Below that, we're going to have a text input. Okay, so the placeholder is going to say paste image URL optional. So paste image URL, then optional over here. Auto capitalize, I'm going to say none. Value is going to be equals to image. On change text, it's going to be equals to set image. This part is done. So below that I'm going to have a text which says, below the text input, acceptance rate is 2.5x higher for players with photos. Format once and let's try to save the file. Okay, so for the view, let's pass in the design. So class name, empty of 8, item center, so it comes to the center part of the screen. For this, class name, width of 4x5, height of 12. It's going to have a border as well, and border gray of 300. Okay, rounded is going to be XL, so rounded XL. Padding X of 4, so PX of 4. Text of base. Apart from that, BG white, my bad, margin bottom of 3. Okay, yeah, that's looking pretty neat. This part is done. So for this text, let's give a decent kind of styling. So text of extra small, so text XS, text gray of let's say 500, text center as well. Okay, yeah, that's looking nice. So finally, at the bottommost part below your scroll view, I'm going to have in my view being shown, and here I'm going to say pressable. I'm going to have a text which says next. Pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a absolute positioning, bottom of 6, a width of full, items of center. For your pressable, give that design. It's going to have again a conditional design. I'm just going to add that over here. You can copy that down. And class name for this, it's going to say text of white, font of semi bold, text of base. format once and let's try to save. As you can see, that's looking good. Once you press on anything, we need to set the image. So let's say on press of the touchable opacity, or the pressable over here, I'm going to say on press, taking a function. For now, I'm just going to say set image to be of your avatar.image. As you can see, once you press, automatically this is getting enabled. So this part is done. So we have completed designing this step. The next and final step for the auth screen is going to be your game selection screen, where the user can select their interest of games. So once they press on this button after choosing the games, they would be registered in the backend and they should be navigated to the initial home screen that we designed earlier. Okay, so let's look into that. So now the final screen that we're going to design is the game selection screen. Let's initially pass on the navigation to the next button over here. Okay, so here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be equals to game selection. So save the file. Let's give this a try. So ready, set, go. The name as well as the image and the game selection. So this essentially, as you saw, is going to contain a bunch of games. Okay, and based on whatever games the user chooses, and once they press on next, we need to register the user. So here let's try to start designing this, and let's try to initially get in some required details. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, so here let's come back to the return block, and over here I'm going to have in my text which says pick your game. So here I'm going to say pick your game. Below that I'm going to have another text which says select your favorite sports. So select your favorite sports to get started. Okay, and here I'm going to have my view class name initially flex of 1, bg of white. Okay, padding x of 4, padding top of 4 as well. So here I'm going to have a class name again. So class name text of 2xl. Okay, then furthermore we're going to say font of bold, a text black, and then a margin bottom of 2. Okay, so over here at the top I'm going to initialize my insets. For this particular screen I'm going to say const insets is going to be equals to your use safe area insets, and I'm going to give the style to the view, essentially your insets dot top plus 12. That's going to be the value. Padding top plus 12. As you can see, just like that, it's looking nice. So here let's try to render your flat list containing all of the sports right below your text. I'm going to say flat list, import that from React Native as such. Okay, here for the flat list I'm going to say data, that's going to be equals to sports. I'm going to get in that data, and your render item is going to be equals to your render item. Apart from that, your key extractor, this is going to take in the item, and over here I'm going to say item.id. So number of columns, that's going to be equals to 2. I'm going to say column wrapper style, that is going to be equals to justify content of space between. Apart from that, I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false, just like this. And I'm going to say content container style, give it a padding bottom of 100. So I'm going to say padding bottom of 100. Okay, so this part is done. So I'm just going to get in the details for the sports. So here at the top I'm going to define my sports. So I'll be sending the details in the description. So again, it's going to be an array of objects containing your ID as well as the name of the sport as well as the image. Okay, if you want to add more sports, you can do that, and you can just populate the array over here. So let's try to define your render item method. Let's say over here, so I'm going to say const render item is going to be equals to your item, and over here I'm going to say const is selected. It's going to be equals to, so here I'm going to have in my state, that is the local selected value. So here I'm going to say const local selected comma set local selected is going to be equals to your use state, initially an empty array. Okay, here I'm going to first of all check if all the support is selected. So for that I'm going to make use of the includes method. So I'm going to say local selected dot includes of your item dot id, right? So here I'm just going to return a touchable opacity, import that from React Native. Within that we're going to have a view. So I'm going to say view over here. So within this view I'm going to have my image being shown. So import image from React Native. Let's write that correctly. Image having a source URI that is going to be equals to item.image, and for this having a class name that's going to be width of full, height of 32. Okay, and resize mode is going to be of cover. So resize mode of cover. Save. Alright, so for some reason we are not able to see anything onto the screen. Let's pass on the design for your touchable opacity over here. I'm going to say class name. So this essentially is going to have a MB of 6, margin bottom 6, margin right of 3, width of 48%. Okay, save. Yeah, so as you can see, now we're able to see that onto the screen, which is looking fine. So below the image I'm going to have a condition stating that if at all it is selected, we're going to show the design. So below this particular image I'm going to say is selected, and we're going to have a view. I'm going to have a class name given to this, initially absolute, instead of 0, bg black by 30. Okay, so save the file. So let's try to give a on press on your touchable opacity. I'm going to say on press, it's going to say toggle selection of your item.id. Here I'm going to write toggle selection of your item.id. Let's try to define that function, that is toggle selection. I'm going to say const toggle selection is going to take an id, so equals to id, and over here I'm going to say set local selected to be of whatever is there in the previous value. Here I'm going to say previous dot includes of id question mark, then I'm going to filter it out. I'm going to say previous dot filter. For each item your s should not be equals to the id. That's it. Else just include the previous value and add in the newly added id. Okay, that's pretty much it. Okay, and let's actually modify this particular array to include it just like this. Okay, so yeah, let's try to save the file. And yeah, we actually forgot to give the design for your view, that is this one, so pass on that. Okay, and let's try to import this. Okay, so instead of using that, let's try to directly use it using backticks. So save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So this step is done. So let's actually provide some margin top to the outermost view, or we could give that over here itself, just a self-enclosing view. So I'm going to say view and a class name and then a margin top of 10. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So this part is done. So we're going to show the item.name right below this view in the return block. So here I'm going to say text, and again it's going to have the similar styling. I'm going to say item.name. So item.name, let's try to save the file. Okay, and essentially let's pass on the same class name and we're going to modify it. Okay, copy that down and then include it over here. So this is going to have text of center. So text center as well as text of base, and if is selected is true, then we're going to have your text green of 500. So let's make that change. So it's going to be text green. of 500, else it's going to be text black. So here in the else condition, I'm just going to say text black. Let's write that properly. We can remove this, that's not required. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. We're able to select it and we're also able to deselect it as well, right? So yeah, this part is done. So let's try to render the final bottommost design. That's gonna come over here. So below this, I'm gonna say view. This view in turn is gonna have your touchable opacity. Within that, we're gonna have a text. Basically, here I'm gonna say if your local selected dot length is greater than 0 question mark, then it's gonna say make my debut. Else we're gonna say select a game if at all no game is selected. So select a game. Having the view for this, I'm gonna say class name. Here we're gonna say absolute. So absolute. Furthermore, wrong spelling of that. Then I'm gonna say bottom of 6. So bottom 6. Left of 6 as well. Then I'm gonna say right of 6. Okay, so for the touchable opacity, I'm gonna say class name. Again, it's gonna have, you know, backticks over here. So I'm gonna say padding y of 4, then rounded of, let's say, XL, and if my local selected dot length is greater than 0 question mark, it is going to be equals to your bg green of 600, else it's going to be bg gray of 300. So let's add that bg gray. Let's write that properly. So bg gray of 300, and it's going to be disabled. Let's initially format once. Yep, so over here I'm going to say it is disabled if my local selected dot length is going to be equals to 0. And on press we're going to say handle debut, where we're going to register the user. So I'm going to say handle debut. We're going to comment that out for now. Save the file. Okay, so for some reason the design is looking not that good. So for the text, let's pass on the style. We're going to make the change for the text over here. All right, now it's looking better. So let's choose any of them. Yeah, I think that's looking good. We can actually give a rounded as well. Okay, rounded spelling is wrong. Should be XL. Yep, I think this is good. This part is done. So yeah, we have, you know, finished setting this up. Let's try to, you know, set up Clerk into the application or into the project, so that once we, you know, enter all these details and then sign up, we should be able to store that user in the backend as well. So along with that, first of all, let's try to write an endpoint for, you know, storing a user in the backend. So I'm going to create a new folder known as routes. I'm going to say routes over here. This is going to say your user.routes.js. So user.yourroutes.js. All right. So here the first route, initially I'm going to access my express. I'm going to say const express. It's going to be equals to your require of express. Okay. Then const router is going to be equals to your express.router. So express.router, just like this. And I'm going to say const user model. It's going to be equals to require method, and access your models and access your user. Okay. So that's pretty much it. Let's try to create or update the user. That's going to be the post. I'm going to say router dot your post method. It's going to be / create or update. Okay, here we're going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Let's have in your details, that is clerk ID to register, email, your first name, your last name, image, sports chosen, as well as your provider. It's going to be equals to your request.body. All right, so here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all no clerk ID or not of email or not of your first name, or not of image, then in this case we cannot implement this. I'm going to say return result dot your status of 400 dot JSON with a message being missing required fields. Okay, this part is done. Let's initialize your try catch block. So try catch of error over here, and I'm going to say console.error. So console.error over here, I'm going to say error creating or updating user. Okay, with that particular error message, and I'm going to send the response. I'm going to say response dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being server error. Okay, now within the try block, I'm going to create the new user. First of all, find if at all there is any user present with that particular clerk ID. So let user is going to be equals to await user dot find one method based on the clerk ID. Here I'm going to say if user is present, then user dot first name is going to be equals to your first name. User dot your last name is going to be equals to last name. Similarly, user dot image is going to be equals to image. Furthermore, your user dot sports is going to be equals to sports, and I'm going to say await user dot save. Okay, else we're going to create a new user. I'm going to say user is going to be equals to await access your user method dot create of your clerk ID, your email, your first name, last name, as well as your image, sports, provider. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the endpoint. So here let's try to send the result. I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON with error being, I mean not error, my bad, success is going to be true. Okay, and furthermore I'm going to pass in the user details, that is whatever was created. So save the file. Okay, this step is complete. Now let's try to initialize Clerk into the system. So let's come back to Google Chrome, and I'm going to search for Clerk. So these are some of the projects for my previous application. I'm going to press on Playo and create application. I'm going to say Playo new. So Playo new. You can add in any application name you want to add over here, and then I'm going to press on continue. So we're going to use two providers, Google as well as email. So continue over here. I mean not that one, create application. So this is the one. Okay, so there you go. So we're going to choose basically React Native, I mean Expo, not React Native, my bad. Yeah, so choose the Expo option over here, and let's try to follow along the steps. So first step is to initialize your Clerk Expo. So come back over here and then try to add that dependency. So once that is added, so the next step is we need to add in the publishable key. So make sure you get this from the API keys over here. Press on that page. So as you can see, I'm in the Playo new project itself. So come down over here. So this basically says this key should be used in your front-end code. It can be safely shared and does not need to be kept as a secret. So copy down this and make sure you note it down somewhere else. Let's say over here for now. Yeah, so basically that was the point number 2. The next step is we need to update your middleware.ts. Not sure where we need to do that. Okay, so okay, my bad, it got shifted to Next.js. Come back to Expo. Yeah, so here we need to include the Clerk provider to the root of your application. Okay, so they have something known as slot, whereas in our case we are not using the Expo router. So we are basically trying to use your Clerk provider. So let's implement that. So let's essentially come back to your app.tsx. And here as of now, I'm going to have in my Clerk provider, import that. and this clerk provider in turn is going to take in your publishable key. So I'm going to say publishable key. So just use the key which you copy down, that is this one, and then add in your key over there. Okay, format, and then let's try to save. So yeah, this part is done. The next step is we need to configure the token cache with expo. For that we need to install the expo secure store. So let's install using expo itself. So add it over here. So we're going to install the expo secure store. So the first link, all right, and then copy down this piece of code and then come back over here, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, and we also need to install the expo web browser. So copy that down, expo web browser, the first link over here, again with expo, copy that piece of code, and this is done. Install it over here. Okay, so let's actually start writing the code for the token cache. So at the top over here, I'm going to say const token cache is going to be equals to async get token method, that's going to be of type string over here. Okay, so have in your try catch block, so try, and then catch of error, and I'm going to say return null over here. Okay, so within your try block, I'm going to say return await your secure store. So secure store dot, we have the item that is known as get item async. So let's make use of that and pass in the key to it, and let's import your secure store from expo secure store. So yeah, that's it about this method. The next method is going to be your async a save token. So I'm going to say save token. It's going to have your key as well as the value to that particular key. So value of string, I'm going to say try over here. So try, then a catch of error, just like this, and then just directly try to return nothing. Within a try block over here, I'm going to say return await your secure store dot set item async of the key as well as your value. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's try to pass in basically the token cache for the clerk provider over here. So this is going to take in something known as token cache and then pass in the token cache. So yep, that's pretty much it. Let's try to give a format once and then let's try to save. Let's do a hard reload. For some reason it's erroring out. Okay, I think it says React DOM was also not initialized. So let's add in that yarn add React DOM, enter. Let's do npx expo start. Let's clear off the application and let's press on I over here. Okay, so hopefully we should see something working. Okay, it says unable to resolve expo auth session. All right, so let's install that using expo itself. So let's go into the documentation, enter. And the first one, copy down this. Let's also install expo crypto as well. So come back over here and then paste it. So I think these are the final dependencies. Hopefully, let's give this one more try. Reload. And there you go. Now there are no errors, hopefully, and we have set up our clerk into the application. So it still says it's downloading. So let's wait for some more time. I'm not sure if it's actually downloading. Let's reload once. Okay, so for some reason we're able to see that coming onto the screen. Let's do a hard reload once more. Cut the server and then npx expo start. Press on I. Okay, there you go. It's working absolutely fine. This part is done. So let's try to now create a context that I was talking about earlier, so that we can track in each of the details that the user enters as they register. So we have the registering that's going to happen at the final most part, not at the starting part, whereas sign can happen directly once you register. It is just like this. Okay, so for registering the user needs to enter their name, their image, the game selections, and then only they should be able to register. So for that reason, we're gonna have basically a context known as user onboarding context, and then we're gonna implement that over there. So with the help of that, we're gonna pass in the data to the final more screen. So let's create a context. Yeah, we do have the context folder. I'm gonna say user onboarding context. So here I'm gonna say user onboarding context.tsx. All right. So here let's try to define the type. I'm gonna say type user onboarding. Okay, is going to be equals to your first name of a string, last name of a string as well, then your image. Yeah, we can write a question mark over here, that is an optional value, image of type string. Furthermore, your sports, that is going to be an array of strings, so just like this, array of strings. Furthermore, your session ID, that's going to be of type string. Then I'm going to say set session ID, that is going to be of name string, and over here I'm going to say void. Furthermore, your set first name, that's going to be name of string, and here I'm going to say void. Okay, so set last name, here also I'm going to say name of string, and here I'm going to say void. Then your set image, okay, I forgot to add the colon, so add that over here. So set image, again URI of a string, that essentially going to return void. Finally, for your set sports, so I'm going to say set sports. Over here I'm going to say sports of string, and over here I'm going to say void. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to create your user onboarding context. Okay, I'm going to say const user onboarding context is going to be equals to your create context. Import that. This in turn is going to say of type user onboarding or null, and we're going to pass in null over here. Okay, this part is done. So let's try to export the user onboarding provider that we're going to use in the main app.js. So here I'm going to say export const user onboarding provider. It's going to be equals to, it's going to take in the children over here. All right, and over here I'm going to say children of type react.node, react.react node, and let's try to have in all of the required states over here. Yeah, so wrong spelling of children over here, make that change. So here essentially I'm going to add in all of the states that we're going to use, that is first name, last name, then image, set image, sports, as well as your session ID. So import use state from React. Okay, here I'm going to say return your user onboarding context dot your provider, and this in turn is going to take in all of the children, and essentially this is going to take in the value. So I'm going to say value. So we're going to pass in all of the required things, that is your first name, last name, your image, sports, then your set first name, then set last name, set image, then set sports. Apart from set sports is going to be session ID, then your set session ID. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to export the use user onboarding hook. So format over here, at the bottommost part over here, I'm going to say export const use user onboarding. So onboarding is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Okay, here I'm going to say const ctx is going to be equals to your use context of your user onboarding context. That's what is the context in our case. So user onboarding context, and here I'm going to say if no context present, then directly say throw new error. Within that I'm going to say user onboarding context, so user onboarding context must be used within a provider. Okay, then directly try to return the context. So return context. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So yeah, this step is done. So now the next step is we're going to make use of this details instead of your hard-coded details, that is the state that is present in, let's say, the name screen, starting off from that. So as you can see, now the state is coming from your use state. So now in this case, we're going to take the state from the use user onboarding. Same thing goes for the select image as well as game selection. And before everything, we need to wrap up this particular user onboarding provider within the main app.tsx. So let's first do that part, and then we're going to get in all of these details. And then finally, once when we reach the game selection screen, we're going to register the user, and then we're going to first of all check out the backend. So let's come back to app.tsx. Let's try to wrap our provider within your root navigator. So actually we're going to implement this in a different kind of way. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my app content, and after that in the return block, that is for the main app, we're going to include the clerk provider. So first of all, let's initialize that over here. I'm going to say const your app content is going to be of type react dot functional component equals to a normal arrow function. Okay, so here as of now I'm just going to say return your user onboarding provider. That's important to wrap, and here I'm going to have in my navigation container. Okay, within that we're going to have your root navigator. So that's it. So now within your app, let's make this particular change. So here it says expo default function app. So here I'm just going to say return. Instead of returning the navigation container as well as the root navigator, I'm going to return your app content. All right, just like this. So now over here, I think yeah, that's pretty much it. We can actually try to save the file. Let's format once and then save. Hopefully no errors. Let's try to reload the app once, and let's exactly check if there is any errors. So for some reason nothing seems to happen, not sure why. Open it up again, expo go. Alright, so for some reason it's taking longer time, not sure why. I'm just gonna cut the server and then run it up again. So Control C and then npx expo start. Open it up on the iOS. Alright, cool. So there are no issues, which is good. So now let's start off from your name screen, and let's first of all tag in all of the inputs and let's make it work properly fine. So initially let's come back over here, name screen. Okay, so as you can see, previously we were getting it from the use state. Now let's get it from the use user onboarding hook. So I'm going to say const set first name comma set last name is going to be equals to use user onboarding hook, just like this. So as of now, let's change the name to be set first and then set last, because we cannot have the same names. Okay, so where we have our on change text, I'm going to say set first itself, even over here set first, and here I'm going to set the state from the hook. So once we are going to check, let's uncomment this now. After this, I'm going to say set your first name to be of your first name dot trim. All right, furthermore I'm going to say set your last name to be of your last name dot trim. So this would essentially set the values. We can directly access the state values in the final screen where we want to access. So that's it. Let's try to format once. So I'm just going to enter a random name for now, just like this, and even over here and next. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the select image screen. So here let's try to get in the required thing. Alright, so here we need access to two things again, image as well as set image. So let's access it from the hook, that is use user onboarding, import that from the correct file, and then you can directly uncomment this one. So this is gonna get used. Okay, save, just choose image, let's say this one, and then next. As you can see, that's working fine. So now in the game selection screen, we're gonna implement the functionality for signing up. Alright, so here in the game selection screen, let's try to initialize a handle debut. I think we're gonna have one more screen that's sign up. I think I forgot to design that because we need to enter the email, right? So that was not done. Let's do it now. So let's come back over here and uncomment this. Let's define the handle debut function. Here I'm gonna say const handle debut is gonna be equals to a normal arrow function. As of now, we're just going to navigate to the next screen, that's the sign up screen. So navigation dot navigate to the sign up. My bad, I forgot to design the screen. I thought we were going to implement in the final screen itself, which is this one. So save, choose a sport, and we're going to navigate to the next screen. And just like that, we are coming to the sign up screen, so which is good. Let's start styling this out. So let's come back to sign up screen.tsx. So here let's have an bunch of states being initialized. So let's do that. So I'm gonna say const navigation is gonna be equals to use navigation, import that. Okay, then I'm gonna say const is loaded, this is from Clerk, comma your sign up, comma set active is going to be equals to use sign up. Then I'm going to say const your email address, comma set email address is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. We also do need the password, so const password, comma set password is going to be equals to use state, again of an empty string. The next one is for the code, that is the verification code. So const code, comma set code is going to be equals to use state, again of a empty string. Then one more is for the pending verification. I'm going to say const pending verification, comma set pending verification is going to be equals to use state. Okay, essentially it's going to be set to be false. So this part is done. We also have error state, so I'm going to say const error, comma set error is going to be equals to use state of a empty string over here. Okay, here let's try to access the state from use user onboarding hook. So I'm going to say const set sports, comma your sports, let's say selected sports, comma your first name, last name, image is going to be equals to use user onboarding. Okay, now let's look into the return block and then let's quickly design whatever is required. So here it's going to say verify your email, save. Let's pass on the class name over here for the view. So class name flex of 1, justify of center, bg of white, and a padding x of 4. Okay, here I'm gonna have my class name over here. So class name for the text, it's gonna have a text of 2XL, font of bold, margin bottom of 4, text of center. As you can see, that is looking pretty nice. So here let's have in your design. Okay, my bad, I think I designed it for your Okay, my bad, I think I messed it up. So this is the design which is gonna come if the pending verification becomes true, but here we're gonna have the initial image, so let's design that instead of the text. Yes, that's the mistake for now. So within this we're gonna have essentially a view. Within the view we're gonna have the image. I'm gonna paste in the link for the image, import image from React Native, and then these are the stylings. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. For your image, for your view, I'm gonna say class name, so items of center, margin bottom of 6, just like that. Is looking clean. So we're gonna have a text which says welcome to Playo. Okay, and below that we're gonna have one more text. Here I'm gonna say create an account to get started. Let's format once and then let's try to save. All right, let's style this out. So initially class name, text of LG, font of semi bold, empty of 2, text gray of 800. Just like that. Is looking nice. So having a class name over here, so class name, so text of SM, text gray of 500. Okay, yeah, that's looking neat. This is done. So we need to have two input fields for the email as well as the password. Let's go ahead and then design that. So having a view over here, this view in turn is going to have a text, is going to have email, text input over here, and here I'm going to say placeholder. It's going to say enter your email. Let's pass on the style. Width is going to be 100%. Okay, some internal spacing, padding of 12, margin vertical of 10, border width of 1, border color of CCC. Okay, and then I'm going to say border radius of 10. Save. Just like that, our design is looking pretty nice. This is done. Okay, furthermore, some of the options to the keyboard, to the text input, I'm going to say keyboard type, that is going to be email address, just like this, and I'm going to say auto capitalize is going to be equals to none. Then your value is going to be equals to email address. On change text is going to be equals to your set email address. This part is done. So again, similarly, I'm gonna have in one more view and then initialize the second piece of the text input. So here I'm gonna say view. This in turn is gonna have a text which says password. Let's just copy this down and then make the change whatever is required. And here I'm gonna say enter your password, and with 100%, padding of 12, margin vertical of 10. This is going to remain as is, no more changes. And I'm going to say secure, text entry is going to be true. Value, let's make the change for that. It's going to be equals to password. Okay, and on change text is going to be equals to your set password. Let's format and then let's try to save the file. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking nice and clear. Okay, so below the view, I'm gonna have my error condition being shown if there is any error while implementing this. So error question mark having a text, else I'm gonna show null over here. So within the text, I'm gonna show that particular error. So I'm gonna say error over here. Let's give some basic class name to this, that is text red of 500, as well as the margin bottom of so let's format once, save. This part is done. Let's initialize the button for continue. I'm going to say touchable opacity, import that from React Native. This is going to say loading. If at all loading is true, then it's going to be continue, and if at all you already have an account, then sign in. So here I'm just going to add that code over here. So just try to import your activity indicator. So for some reason loading is not initialized. All right, let's go ahead and initialize that. So const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state initially false. Okay, let's come back over here. This part is done. So finally the next step is save the file. Okay, continue, it's not being seen because we need to give the class name for your touchable opacity. So pass on that, and I'm going to give it a bg of black, padding y of 4, rounded of xl. So rounded xl, flex of row. Okay, justify center, items of center as well, and boom, just like that our design is looking nice. So the final one is for the sign in. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. We're going to have a text being passed, and I'm going to say already have an account, question mark. We're going to have one more text which is going to say sign in. So for your touchable opacity, we're going to give the on press later on. As of now it's not important. So here I'm going to say class name, I'm going to say text sm, text of center, text gray of 600. Okay, so this piece of text I'm going to say class name, it's going to be font of semi bold, and then a text of black. Let's format once and then let's try to save. So let's provide some empty top to your touchable opacity. So I'm going to say class name empty of 4. Yep, that's looking nice. So this part is done. Let's try to initialize the on press event on the first button, continue button, and I'm going to say on sign up press. So here I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to your on sign up press. So on sign up press. Let's define this function over here, and over here I'm going to say const on sign up press is going to be equals to async function, and here I'm going to say if not of is loaded or loading, then directly try to return from the function. And I'm going to say set loading to be of true, so that we could see that activity indicator and show it to the user. Okay, apart from that I'm also going to say set error to be of an empty string for now. Having your try catch block, so try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log sign up error with that particular error message, and here I'm going to say set error to be of your error dot your errors, okay, of 0 dot your message. Okay, that's it. And finally we're going to say implement the finally block over here. I'm directly going to say set loading to be of false. So within the try block I'm just going to say await sign up, import that from Clerk React. I think we've already imported that from the hook. I think the spelling is wrong. Okay, the spelling I'm writing is wrong, so it should be sign up. This is the one. And over here we're going to say create method. To this pass in your email address, apart from that your password as well. Let's format once. Email address spelling is wrong. Okay, double D. Let's change the same spelling over here as well in the value. Save. So once this is done, here I'm going to say await sign up dot, I'm going to say prepare email address verification, and I'm going to say strategy is going to be equals to your email code, because the code is going to be sent to the registered email. Set pending verification to be of true. Alright, that's pretty much it. So now if at all the pending verification becomes true, we are going to show the other design that is over here. Let's do that over here itself. I'm going to say if my pending verification is true, Then in this case, I'm going to say return a view. Within that, having your text which says, verify your email. So verify your email and text input. Here, let's say placeholder. I'm going to say enter verification code. Value is going to be equals to code. And I'm going to say on change text. Let's write that properly. On change text, that's going to be equals to your set code. Okay, this part is done. So essentially style. Here I'm going to say width is going to be of 100%. Okay, then some internal spacing, padding of 12, margin vertical of 10, border width of 1, border color of CCC, border radius of 10. Okay, save. Yeah, so this design would be seen once, obviously when the sign up works properly. So let's complete designing this. I'm going to say auto capitalize is going to be true. I mean, it's going to be none, not true. Format. So this is the design for the verification code. If there's any error, I'm going to say error. Again, question mark. Just copy down that previous one. It's essentially going to be the same. Copy and then add it over here. That's it. The next step is your touchable opacity for verifying it. So touchable opacity, text, verify. Format once. Here I'm going to say class name, BG black, padding y of 4, rounded XL, flex of row, justify of center, items of center as well. And it's going to be disabled if loading is going to be true, so that they cannot press the button again. So if loading is true, disable it. And for your verify here, I'm going to pass in the text. So not the text, the design basically. So essentially it's going to have your text of white, and I'm going to say text of center, font of bold, text of base. Okay, this is done. And here I'm going to have one more activity indicator. So just add in that and then save the file if at all loading becomes true. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to define this as well. That is on verify press. That is over here. I'm going to say on press. It's going to be equals to on verify press. So once the OTP is verified, then only the registration is successful and the user is stored in the backend as well as in the clerk. So here I'm going to say const on verify press. So on verify press is going to be equals to essentially a async function. Here again, similarly, I'm going to check the condition that if at all not of is loaded or loading, then I'm going to directly say return. And I'm going to say set loading to be of true. Let's have in your try as well as catch block over here. So catch. So let's implement the catch block. So catch of error. Okay. Here I'm going to say console.log verification error with that particular error message. And I'm going to say set error to be of basically the similar message, this one. Add that over here, and finally again set it to be false. That is the set loading. So here I'm going to say finally set loading to be of false. Within the try block, here I'm going to say const sign up attempt is going to be equals to await sign up dot attempt email address verification, which in turn is going to take in the code that the user is given, okay, or they've entered. Here I'm going to check if the sign up attempt dot the status is equals to complete. Then in this case I'm going to say try as well as catch of error, then console.log of error. Okay, within the try block I'm going to initialize my payload, whatever is required for the backend. So payload is going to be equals to your clerk ID, that's going to be equals to sign up attempt dot your created user ID. This is the one, that's the way we get this. Email we need, that's going to be equals to sign up attempt. So sign up attempt dot email address, your first name, your last name, your image, that's going to be image. So I think we forgot to actually transfer the sports details. If you would remember, in the game selection I think we're just directly navigating it. So essentially in the main application we are not actually gonna use those details, that is whatever the user has entered. This is just for a screen that is in the auth screen. So let's come back to your sign up screen and let's try to add in a random array of strings, because we're not actually going to use this in detail in the application, that is once when we log in. So I'm gonna have few sports, let's say badminton, apart from that tennis. If at all you want to make it dynamic, you can actually get in that, use the onboarding hook, and then you can store it, and then you can get it over here in this particular screen, then you can use that particular value. So football, these sports for now. Here let's try to initialize the response. I'm going to say result is going to be equals to await Axios. Let's try to import Axios from Axios. I'm going to say yarn add Axios, enter. Yeah, this got installed. So import your Axios from Axios dot your post method is going to be the URL http localhost 3001 in our case. Yeah, we forgot to implement the use method in the index.js. We've just defined the routes, so we need to use it as well. So in the index.js we need to implement that particular implementation. We forgot that. So first of all, let's get the user routes. Come back to your index.js. Let's say over here I'm going to say const user routes is going to be equals to your require access your routes, access your user.routes. We need to use that. So just say app.use. You can pass in any name. I'm going to say /API /users and pass in the user routes. So now we can directly able to access that. So save. Hopefully no issues. Yeah, app crash. Let's look into that. So here it says type error argument handler must be a function. Okay, so let's format once. Okay, my bad. Oh yeah, this is right. This is for the user model. So within the user.routes.js, let's see if we have exported. Yeah, so we have not exported. We need to export basically the router that we are using over here. So we need to say module.export is going to be equals to router. Probably because of that, it's erroring out. It's going to be equals to router. Save. And there you go. That was the issue. So make that change, export the required values. So now we are able to use these endpoints. Okay. Let's come back to your file, that is sign up screen. So yeah, let's continue initializing the response. Not sign in, sign up. Yeah, it's going to be equals to 3001 / your API / users / create or update. Make sure you add in the correct spelling, otherwise it's going to error out. And this in turn is going to take in the payload. Okay, here check the conditions stating that if at all result.data.success, if at all result.data your success, I'm going to say await set active to be of session That's going to be equals to sign up attempt dot created session ID. Okay. Yep, that's it. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. One final change would happen inside of your root navigator where the data is currently hard coded. Let's finish off that change as well. So currently, as you can see, it is a hard coded data. Let's make it dynamic. So I'm going to say const is loaded comma is signed in. It's going to come from your use auth hook. Import that from your Clerk. Use auth, yeah, from Clerk, not Clerk React, I think Clerk Expo. Yeah, the second one, spelling is wrong, is signed in. I is going to be capital. Here also it's going to be capital. So here I'm going to say if not of is loaded. In this case, I'm going to say return essentially a view. Within this view, I'm going to have my activity indicator. Import that properly from React Native. Pass in the size. Let's say large. Color is going to be this color code. You can add in any color code you want to add. I'm going to add in this one, that is hashtag ff5 and then 722. Okay, so here pass on the class name. I'm going to give it a flex of 1, or let's give in some internal styling. Style flex 1. Justify center, align items of center. Save. Okay, that's it. So let's try to implement this and I'm going to save the file. Let's try to reload the app once. Okay, let's give this a try. I'm going to say ready, set, go. Enter the name. I'm going to say my name. Next. Choose an image. You can actually add in your own image that would be chosen as the image URL. For now, just for testing, I'm just gonna choose the random image from this point over here. So choose some sports and then make my W. So enter your email. I'm going to enter my own email at gmail.com and then your password. So make sure you given a strong password, otherwise it would error out. Okay, let's press on continue and let's actually check out if everything is working fine or not. Continue. Okay, so the design is messed up, so let's look into that. So for some reason in your sign up screen, if verification is true, yeah, so here I'm going to say class name flex of 1, then justify center, align items of center, item center. Save. Okay, so verify is gone. Okay, so instead of that, I'm just going to give these styles having a BG of white as well. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. Yeah, so I forgot to style this out. So class name text, yeah, not text white, text center, MB of 2. Yep, that's looking good. So not sure if it would allow after 60 seconds. Anyway, I'm just going to try it out once again. So let's try to enter the OTP. I'm going to say 637 and then 009. Verify. And boom, just like that, it worked absolutely fine. And we should be, stored in the backend and even in the Clerk, and we're able to navigate to the home screen. Now, even if you reload, it should show the home screen itself with the loading indicator because we are currently signed in, and this condition should come in handy. That is this one. Let's give that a try. I'm going to say reload. And there you go, activity indicator and then home screen. As you can see, this is working absolutely fine. Let's verify in the backend as well as in your Clerk. I'm going to say clerk.com and MongoDB over here. As you can see, my name is created. As you can see, my project is there. Signups, there you go. August 9th, my email is there. Okay, this part is done. Let's verify in the backend. Let's reload once. Probably I have been logged out. Let's log in again. Alright, so let's hopefully check out the users collection, and if all everything worked out correctly, we should be seeing our data being stored. Not sure why it's showing this screen. Okay, now it's showing correctly. So check out your clusters and then your browse collections. Let's check out your users collection. And Yes, just like that, it's working fine. So Clerk ID, email, first name, last name, image you've chosen, number of games is 0. Sports, whatever we've added, PlayPals is currently empty. We have the created ad as well as the updated ad. So this is a good starting point. We have completed registering of a user. This part is done. We also need to implement one more thing, that is sign up. I mean, not sign up, sign in, as well as the Google sign in. Let's look into that. After that, we will look into creating an endpoint for creating a game, or basically, first of all, the design for creating a activity. Let's head back to initially your home screen. Let's try to implement a basic logout over here so that we can again log in. So here within the home screen, let's come back to that. Let's say for the image itself, I'm gonna have an on press event, and then let's try to log out over here. So for this pressable, I'm gonna give a on press. I'm gonna say handle sign out, and here I'm gonna say const handle sign out is going to be equals to async function. Okay, here let's have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console dot error, sign out error. Here I'm going to pass in the error over here. Okay, so within your try block, I'm just going to say await sign out. So we need to import sign out from your use clerk. So here I'm going to say const sign out is going to be equals to use clerk. Okay, so yeah, let's try to say directly sign out. That's pretty much it. Let's save the file and let's press on this icon, and there you go. Just like that, we are signed out. Now even if you reload, the session won't be present, so that's the reason we should be seeing the login screen itself. Okay, it's working fine. So let's go into your sign in screen, and then let's try to implement the functionality for that. So I'm going to head over to my sign in screen.tsx. Here I'm going to say const on sign in press is going to be equals to async function. Here I'm going to say if not of is loaded. Yeah, first of all, let's get these two states, is loaded and then set active as well as sign in. So I'm going to say const sign in and then set active comma is loaded is going to be equals to use state, not use state, use sign in. Import that from Clerk expo. Here I'm going to say if not of is loaded or loading is to be true, then I'm directly going to say return. The same thing that we've done previously. Here I'm going to say set loading to be of true. Okay, and set your error to be of an empty string. Here I'm going to say try and my catch block, so catch of error. Here let's write console.error sign in error with that particular error and just set the error. Let's say this one, and I'm gonna say finally, let's take an error over here. Here finally set loading to be a false. All right, within your try block, I'm gonna say const sign in attempt is gonna be equals to await sign in dot create method, and here I'm going to say identifier, that's going to be email address. Okay, furthermore your password over here. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if your sign in attempt, so if sign in attempt dot status is going to be equals to complete, then in this case I'm going to say await set active to be of your session. Here I'm going to say sign in attempt dot created session ID. Okay, and else over here I'm going to say console.error sign in is incomplete. Let's format once and then let's try to save. Okay, this step is done. So yeah, I think that's it. You're going to set the active session. Once that is set, automatically the user should navigate to your home screen. Okay, so now let's also implement the Google sign-in that was left earlier. So let's create a component known as Google sign-in.tsx. So here I'm going to say Google sign-in.tsx. So I'm going to say rnfes together short run code snippet and then save. Okay, so here within the Google sign-in, let's try to install two things, expo web browser as well as expo linking. So check out the package.json. Web browser is there, expo linking should be installed. So expo linking, the first link over here, copy down this piece of code and let's add it over here. Okay, all right, so let's come back to your Google sign-in.tsx. So you can actually check out the documentation. They've given a really good documentation at Clerk. You can look into that and you can try implement that. So I'm going to say Clerk, or just search for Clerk over here. Okay, so for some reason, yeah, the official documentation is not being shown. So Clerk, I'm going to say Clerk authentication, not images, all. Or you can search for social providers. I'm actually not finding the exact link I used previously. Probably this one, not exactly sure. Google. Okay, so something similar, but I don't think this is the exact one I referred previously and I haven't bookmarked it. Okay, let's start implementing. So we're going to use something known as the use warm-up browser that is going to be implemented within this particular function. So here I'm going to say const use warm-up browser is going to be equals to normal arrow function, and I'm going to say use effect. Okay, it's going to run on the initial mount, and here I'm going to say void your web browser dot your warm up async. So this web browser is going to come from your expo web browser. So I'm going to say import star as web browser from expo web browser. Next one, import star as linking from expo linking. All right, so here we're going to say void web browser at warm up async, and we're going to do the return cleanup. I'm going to say return void web browser dot your cooldown async, and we're going to call it within the function over here. So before that, I'm going to have in my const, I'm going to take in the start auth flow. So const auth flow is going to be equals to use auth, and we're going to pass in your strategy that is going to be equals to auth Google. As you can see, there are a bunch of options. So in our case, I'm going to say auth Google. I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state initially false, and if at all any error, let's handle that. Set error is going to be equals to use state and initially an empty string. Here I'm going to say use warm-up browser. Okay, and now let's try to return the design. Basically, here if at all there is any error, show that error. This is going to show the error over here. Pass in the class name. It's going to be equals to text red of 500, and then text sm, text center, MB of 3. Okay, here I'm going to have in my touchable opacity, import that from React Native. Here, if it's loading, question mark, we're going to show an activity indicator. Else we're going to show this particular image. I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I'm going to have in my fragments as well as pass in the image over here. Import image from React Native, and here I'm going to show the activity indicator. Okay, so for the activity indicator, we're going to have the style being passed. So let's say color over here. I'm going to pass in this color code, that is FF5722. Okay, and these are the stylings for the image as well as the text. You can take a look at it. So once they press on the touchable opacity, I think for the touchable opacity we need to give the style. So class name, width of full, border, I'm going to say border gray of 300. Okay, padding y of 3, empty of 3, rounded is going to be LG, flex of row. Okay, and justify center, item center. So disabled when it is loading, so disable this. I'm going to say loading, and apart from that I'm going to say on press, it's going to be equals to on Google sign in press. So on Google sign in press. Let's define this function over here. I'm going to say const on Google sign in press. It's going to be equals to a use callback. It's going to be async function, and this is going to be dependent upon your start auth flow. Alright, here initially I'm going to say set loading to be of true. Apart from that, set error to be of an empty string, and have in your try catch block. So try catch of error over here. So we're just going to log the error. I'm going to say console.log error, that particular error message. Within the try block, I'm going to say const created session ID, comma, your set active is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say start auth flow. This in turn is going to take in your redirect URL. Here I'm going to say linking dot create URL, and it's going to be of the /. Okay, here we're going to check the condition stating that if my created session ID is true, I'm going to say await your set active to be of the session with the created session ID. Else over here I'm going to say set error to be of Google sign in incomplete, and here finally I'm going to say set loading to be of false. So let's try to give this a try. So I'm just going to include this particular component within your sign in screen.tsx, that is right below your view. So come back to sign in screen and try to render the component that is over here, Google sign in. Save. Okay, so the design is kind of messed up, so let's look into that. So we have given the design for your touchable opacity, but I think for the view we haven't given that. Let's look into that. It's essentially going to have a width of full, so class name width full. So just like that, this is looking nice. So this part is done. Let's try to implement the sign in screen.tsx, that is the on sign in press. So come back over here, and where we have the sign in over here, I'm going to say on press. It's going to be equals to on sign in press, right? I think the function is already there. Oh, okay, that's good. All right, I'm not sure if I'm writing it correctly, because okay, was this written previously? I need to check. Sign in error. Okay, so this is coming from use. Yeah, I think this is done. So let's format once and then save. So we should give this a try. Let's try to sign in with the email which I registered previously. So enter the password and sign in. And there you go. This is working absolutely fine. We're able to sign in with the correct email and password. So this step is complete. So now let's try to actually initialize the endpoint to create a game in the backend part. Okay, so yeah, we could actually create the endpoint and we can look into the design of your play screen that's gonna come over here. So for that, we're gonna have a new file that is known as your game.routes.js. So I'm gonna say new file, game.routes.js. Here I'm gonna say const express is going to be equals to require of express. Furthermore, const router is going to be equals to your express dot your router. All right. Furthermore, I'm going to say const game is going to be equals to require, go into the models and then access the game model. The next one, const user is going to be equals to require, again similarly go into the models folder, access your user model over here. Okay, this step is done. Let's try to say router dot your post method / create. It's going to have async method with your request and the response in the callback. Okay, have in your try catch block, so try catch of error, and over here I'm going to say console.error error creating game with that particular error, and I'm going to say result.status of, let's say, 500 dot json with a message being failed to create game. All right, within your try block we need access to a bunch of things to create a game. That is the sport name, the area, the date, the time, the admin of the game, that is the person who has created it, then total players, activity access. So activity access, by default I'm going to mark it as public because we're going to implement that itself, is going to be equals to request.body. Format once. This step is complete. I'm going to say const new game is going to be equals to new game, access the game model and pass in the required details, that is sport, area, date, furthermore your time, that is for the game to be played, and then the admin. Next it's going to be total players, activity access, and then players, that is going to be admin. So by default I'm going to add in the admin as so by default I'm going to add in the admin into the players array, because of course even the admin is going to be the part of the game. Okay, then just try to save the game. So I'm going to say const saved game is going to be equals to await new game dot apply the save method over here. Then I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json of the saved game. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file, and let's try to export the required details at the bottommost part of the screen, that is basically your module.exports. And I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to your router. So save the file, and apart from that let's come back to index.js. Let's try to use these routes. So over here I'm going to say const game routes is going to be equals to your require, here it's going to be your routes, not models, routes / your game.routes here I'm going to say app.use of your name /API / your games, and then pass in your game routes over here. Save the file. Let's check the backend part. Yeah, there are no issues, which is good. So this step is complete. So now let's start designing your play screen. That's gonna happen right over here. So here let's initially initialize all of the required things, that is the states. So I'm gonna say const route, it's gonna be equals to use route, import from React navigation. Then we're gonna have the selected category. So here I'm gonna say const selected category comma set selected category is going to be equals to use state. Okay, so make sure to import use state from React, and this is going to be of multiple options initially. So here I'm going to say your calendar, or your recommended, or my sports. Okay, so these are all the options that are going to be shown, or your other sports, or your past games. So I'm going to say past games over here. Let's try to format once. So here initially it would be set to, let's say, my sports. Okay, so I'm going to say my sports over here, just like this. So the next one is for the selected sport. So let's add in the state for the selected sport. I'm going to say const selected sport comma set selected sport is going to be equals to use state of all. Okay, then I'm going to say const games comma set games, it's going to be equals to use state, it's going to be of type game. Okay, so here we need to define the type of game. Let's comment this out for now. Let's look into the design first. So it's essentially going to look something like this if I scroll towards the bottommost part. So this is your play screen. So as you can see, we have some categories at the top, and this is some of the design, and this is the create button. And once any user creates a game, so apart from that, I'm going to have in my navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that from React navigation. Okay, then yeah, pretty much that's it. Let's look into the design of your return block. Have in your safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view, import the safe area view from React Native as such, and initially class name flex of 1, bg gray of 50. As you can see, that's being applied, and we're going to design the header part over here. For that, have in a view. This view in turn is going to have one more view. Here I'm going to have in another view. We're going to have a text which is going to show the current timings. So install moment for that. I'm going to say yarn add moment. So here let's try to import moment from moment once this is initialized and installed. So here I'm essentially going to say import moment from moment, and within the text I'm going to write moment dot your format it into this particular value, that is h, mm as well as a. Save. Let's try to reload once because nothing seems to happen. Okay, as you can see, that is being shown on the screen. That's 12 p.m. It's showing the correct time. Okay, so below that we're going to have a text over here for the city. That's what's being shown. So here I'm going to say Sahakar Nagar and then the city name. Save. Okay, for some reason, the refresh is not working. Let's try to cut the server. Again, let's try to give this a try, and then let's make sure that the refresh is working properly fine. Let's remove something. Yep, now it's working fine. So let's pass on the style for this. So class name is going to have a text gray of, let's say, 300, and then text of SM. Okay, and class name for the second one. So before we give the style for this, let's pass on the class name for the outermost one, that is for the BG. I'm going to say BG of hashtag 1 F2 and then 937, padding bottom of 3. Save the file. That's looking good. So for the inner view, some internal spacing. So class name px of 4 and then a padding top of 3 and then a flex of row and justify between as well as item center. Okay, and here I'm going to give it a flex of 1. So flex 1. Now let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a white color. So text white, text of LG, font of semi bold. Just like that, it's looking good. So now the next part that's going to come towards the right hand side below the view. Having a view, I'm going to say message circle, import that from blue side React Native. Okay, this in turn is going to have a color. So I'm going to say color over here. That's going to be equals to white, and your size is going to be equals to 22. Then we're going to have your bell. Right here I'm going to say color, that's going to be equals to white, and I'm going to say size is going to be equals to 22. And furthermore, the image, let me just get the link for the image. As of now it's dynamic. Let's make it look static. Import image from React Native. Once when we implement all of the required things, we're going to make it dynamic. So here, we could actually make it dynamic by getting the user data. That is going to be equals to, basically with the help of the use Clerk hook or use user store. So let's currently make it static itself, and once we initialize the store, so basically we're going to make use of the stand for implementing this, then we're going to make it look dynamic. So let's say I'm going to use my own image as of now. Copy that and enter it over here. Save. As you can see, that is being shown on the screen, which is good. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name flex of row, items of center, gap of 3. Okay, that's looking pretty clean. This part is done. The next part is for your category tabs. Let's try to initialize that with the help of a scroll view. So let's say over here I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native, and over here I'm going to map over the calendar and your recommended and your my sports. So my sports, then your other sports, alright. Furthermore, your past games. That's it. Map over it for every item and then the index. Here let's try to render a touchable opacity. Import touchable opacity from React Native as such. Here let's try to have in a text, and we're going to show your item. Save. Just like that, we're able to see all of the items being shown on the screen. Key is going to be equals to index. Okay, so for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name margin right of 6, and for the scroll view, horizontal, and show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false, and some class name empty of 4. Apart from that, px of 4. Okay, that's looking good. And now let's pass on the class name to your text over here. I'm going to say class name, make use of backticks over here, just like this. Initially it's going to say text of base, font of bold, and if your selected category is going to be equals to item question mark, then it's going to be equals to text green of 400. Else if it is just the item question mark, I mean if at all your item is going to be equals to your recommended, then I'm going to say question mark, it's going to be equals to text gray of 500, else it's going to be text white. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking good. So let's try to format once. Because we just want to keep that as disabled, that's the reason I've just entered the condition. Else you can actually remove that. You can directly keep it as white for everyone. Okay, just like this. So okay, so yeah, I think I've written the wrong color. This should be text green, not text gray. So text green of 400. Okay, as you can see, that's looking pretty nice. So on press to the touchable opacity, because we need to change the category. So on press, take in a function. So here I'm just going to say set your selected category of your item. That's it. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to switch between all of the 4 tabs. So this part is done. The next step is to show the sports filter conditions or sport filter designs, whatever you may call it. So below the scroll view, another scroll view. Here let's try to have an array. I mean, not like this, initially parenthesis and then the array. So I'm just going to get in the data for that. So you can add in your own icon, that is the earth icon, badminton, this one, cricket, cycling, running, as well as football. So here let's try to map over it for every sport, and then the index. Let's again try to render a touchable opacity. Within that, pass in your text. That's going to show the icon. So sport dot icon. Then again a second text over here. That is going to show the sport dot your name. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So horizontal over here, and then show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Class name, that's going to be equals to empty of 4, and then padding x of 4. Okay, so for your touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have a conditional styling. So class name, make use of backticks. Here I'm going to say mr of 3, padding x of 4, and then padding y of 2. Rounded is going to be, let's say, full. Flex of row, item center, gap of 2. Here let's write in the condition that if at all your selected sport is going to be equals to the sport dot name, then in this case question mark, it's going to be bg green of, let's say, 500. Else it is just going to be bg white, and then border gray of 200. Let's give a format once, and then let's try to save the file. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So this step is done. Okay, it's going to be bg green, not gray. Okay, so this is looking fine. Let's make the change for the text over here. So for the first text, I'm going to say class name. So class name over here, it's going to be equals to text of lg, save. And for the second one, that's the sport name, here I'm going to say class name, initially text of base, font of your semi bold, and furthermore your condition, that is if at all your selected sport is going to be equals to your sport dot name question mark, it's going to be text of white, else it's going to be equals to text gray of 800. So text gray 800. Let's give a format once, and then let's try to save the file. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking pretty clean. Let's pass on the touchable opacity. Let's pass on the on press to your touchable opacity. So on press over here, take in a function and just say set selected sport to be of the item dot name. The sport dot name in this case. So sport dot name. So just like that, we're able to choose all of the items. This part is done. So now let's move on to the next part, that is to design the create as well as the filter sort icons over here. So yeah, so let's come back over here. Right below your view, I'm going to say one more view. This view in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Over there, we're going to have a text within that. That's going to say plus and then a create game text. Below your touchable opacity, we're going to have a view that's going to come towards the right part of the design. So touchable opacity again, I'm going to say slider horizontal. Import from Lucide React Native. Pass in the size over here. I'm going to say size. It's going to be equal to 22. And your color, here I'm going to say hashtag 1F2937. Okay. So let's pass on the touchable opacity one more time. This time it's going to be your filter icon again from Lucid React Native. Import that and then save the file. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. Let's try to style this out. So class name for this, initially bg white, some internal spacing, padding x of 4, padding y of 3, give it a flex of row, and I'm going to say justify between items of center as well, and then a border bottom and border gray of 200. Save. As you can see, that design is looking nice. Let's start designing a touchable opacity over here. I'm going to say class name bg gray of 100 and then padding x of 4 as well as padding y of 2, and I'm going to say around it is going to be XL. Okay, that's looking good. Yeah, this is your play screen. So apart from that, for your text, let's pass on the class name. So class name for this, it's going to be text base font of semi bold and text gray of 800 or 700. Okay, that's looking neat. So here for your view, I'm going to say class name, it needs to come into a row fashion. So flex of row and then a gap of 3 or 4. Okay, that's pretty much it. So these are the designs for your create game plus the filter and sort. So that's it. So once when we have in all of your games, if any user has created the game, we're going to show the games over here. So now apart from that, the next step is we need to design the create activity screen such that any user, any logged in user can create a game. So this is going to be the design for the create activity. So let's get started with designing your create activity screen. So I'm going to come back over here, new screen, create activity screen.tsx rnfes together Sujan code snippet, and then save the file. Include this screen within your root navigator, I guess. Not root navigator, this comes under your play stack navigator. So your play stack navigator, I'm going to say create activity or just create for now, and then add in the screen that's going to be equals to create activity screen. Save the file. Let's come back to your play screen.tsx, and where we have the button that is your create game, I'm going to create on press for that. So on press, it's going to be equals to handle create game. So let's try to define the function for this. Here I am going to say const handle create game is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I am going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. In our case, it's going to be create. That's what we've given in the root navigator, in your play stack navigator. And here, yeah, pretty much that's it for now. Let's try to save the file. Let's say create game, and just like that, we are coming into the create activity screen. So let's get started with designing the create activity screen. So initially at the top, we're going to have in a bunch of details being used. I mean the states. So let's get that. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Then one state for the model part. So const model visible comma set model visible is going to be equals to use state and initially false. Okay. Then the next one is const port comma set port is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Then const date comma set date is going to be equals to use state, initially of an empty string as well. Then the next one is for the time interval. So const time interval, that is for the game to be played, comma your set time interval is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. Then your selected mode, I'm going to say const selected comma set selected is going to be equals to use state, initially pointing to public. Then const number of players comma set number of players is going to be equals to use state and initially let's say null over here. So yeah, these are some of the states that we're going to use to design this particular create activity screen. So as of now, let's get started with the return block. Again, I'm going to import my safe area view, copy that down, and let's try to use the safe area view. Initially pass on the class name flex of 1, bg of white. Safe. As you can see, that is being applied. The next step is let's start creating the design over here. Having a scroll view within this. So scroll view. Here I'm going to have a pressable. Import that from React Native. This in turn is going to have your iron icons. Let's get it from any of the other screens. Maybe the root navigator. Yeah, we can get it from here. Copy that down. Come back over here. Create activity. Actually, we can just directly write it. So come back over here and then here I'm going to say iron icons. So essentially over here I'm going to say name, that's going to be equals to arrow back. Size is going to be equals to 24. Color is black. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. So for your scroll view, class name, padding x of 4. Okay. For the pressable, I'm going to say on press. Let's initialize navigation. It's already there. Taking a function, so it should essentially say navigation dot go back. Okay, that's it. Save the file. That's looking good. So below that, we're going to have one more text over here. This is going to say create activity. So create activity. Let's pass on the class name over here. We're going to say text of 2XL, font of bold, empty of 2. Okay, that's looking nice. So below, let's have in the first pressable. So pressable over here. So I'm essentially going to import all of the icons that we're going to use it over here at once. So make sure to import all of these. Okay, so the first one is going to be your material community icons. So the name is going to be Vizzle. And size 24, color black. Color is going to be gray. So below that, we're going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have a text which says sport. And we're going to say text input. Import that from React Native. Here, I'm going to say value. that's going to be equals to your sport. Then on change text, directly say set sport placeholder. I'm going to say example badminton or football or cricket. Okay, then I'm going to say placeholder text color, that's going to be equals to gray. Initialize a class name empty of 1 as well as a text of base. Save. Okay, that's looking okay. Let's try to have in one more and design icon that's gonna come right after the view, that's gonna come towards the rightmost part. So here I'm gonna say and design, the name is gonna be equals to arrow right. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. And then it's already imported. Save. Okay, so okay, there is no hyphen. Yep, so this is looking fine. Let's target the pressable and then let's pass on the styling. So class name for this, initially we're going to give it a flex of row. So flex row, and then items of center. Apart from that, I'm going to say gap of 4 and then empty of 6. Alright, so that's looking good. So for the inner text, let's pass on the styling. So class name over here. Here I'm going to give it a text of LG. So text LG and then a font of medium. That's looking fine. So for this, I'm going to say flex of 1. So the icon gets pushed towards the rightmost part, just like that. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Below the pressable, we're going to have a divider kind of design. So self-enclosing view for that. Class name, I'm going to say border B, then border gray of 300, as well as a margin Y of 4. So as you can see, that design is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So let's initialize this design one more time and then make the changes for the second part. So essentially this text is going to say area. So here I'm going to say area over here. So area. And apart from that, here it's going to be equals to your tagged venue.name. As of now, I'm not sure if tag venue is already set up, because once you press on the second input, we should navigate to a second screen, that is a tag venue screen. That's going to look something like this. And once the user presses on any of the venue, automatically that should be selected and then pre-filled. Okay. So for now, let's keep it as is. Once when we implement the tag venue screen, we're going to come back and change it over here. So the placeholder is going to say locality or venue name. I'm going to say locality or venue name. Okay, that's looking good. So we could actually remove the empty of 6. It's not required over here. And it's going to say text of black, I guess. So text black. And let's change the icon. It is going to be from your end typo. So I'm going to say end typo over here. The icon name is going to be the location icon over here. So I'm going to say location. Okay, just like that, it's done. Let's again have in the view. That's with the divider. Save. The next part is for the date. So let's try to implement that. Again, have in your pressable. It's going to come below this. Okay, here instead of area, it's going to say date. All right, and editable is going to be false for this. Editable false. Value is going to be equals to date. Let's make that change. So once you press on this, we are going to show up a bottom model and then set date. I mean, there is no on change text because it is not editable. Let's format once. Placeholder is going to say pick a day. So I'm going to say pick a day and then save. So as you can see, that is being shown correctly. Change the icon from feather. I'm going to say feather over here. Name is going to be equals to calendar over here. This part is done. Let's have in the divider again. Just below this, save. not this one, copy down the dividers, that's essentially the view, add it over here. So after your date, the next one is for your time. So let's try to access the time. Have in your pressable once again. Here I'm going to say time. Value is going to be equals to your time interval. And again, editable is going to be false. Okay, not over here. Here is going to be time interval. Editable is going to be equals to false. Here it's going to say pick exact time. And placeholder text color is going to be gray. This is going to remain as is. Save. Change the icon. That is going to come from and design. It's going to be the clock circle. So and design. Here clock circle EO. Okay, wrong spelling. Yep, that's the correct one. So yeah, this part is done. Finally, have in your final border over here. Right below this, save. Apart from that, the activity access, let's try to design that. We're gonna have a text for that. So have in your text. This is gonna say activity access. So class name for this, text of LG, font of medium, empty of 4. Alright, that's looking nice. So here having a view. This view in turn is going to map over two things, public as well as private. Public as well as invite only. Dot map for every type over here. Let's render a pressable. Within that, we're going to first of all check the condition that if at all my type is equals to public question mark, we're going to have your iron icons being shown. So here I'm going to say iron icons. The name is going to be equals to, basically in the form of a condition, the name is going to be equals to earth. And your color, here I'm going to say if you're selected, that's the state for this particular one. So if my selected is equals to type question mark white color, else black color. Here in the else condition, it's going to be and design. It's going to be a lock one icon. So lock one. Again, the same kind of condition for this as well. Save. Okay, we're able to see both of them being shown to the screen. Below that, we're going to have the text being passed. That is going to say the type. Okay, so public as well as invite only. That's looking good. So I'm going to add in the design for the text over here. That is class name. Let's try to format. Okay, that's looking cool. So let's pass on the class name for your pressable. So I'm going to say class name over here. Essentially your flex of row. Okay, then I'm going to say item center, then justify of center, padding x of 4, padding y of 2, rounded of medium, and a width of 36. Okay, so for your outermost view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name over here. It's going to have a flex of row as well as a gap of 4. As you can see, that's looking nice. This part is done. We need to add in the conditional statement over here. So dollar, if your selector is going to be equals to type question mark, it's going to be equals to bg green of 600, else is going to be equals to bg white, and it's going to have a border and border gray of 300. Format once. So as you can see, that is looking okay-ish. So let's press on this. Nothing's going to happen because we need to set the state. So here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and I'm going to say set selected to be of your type. Okay, wrong spelling of green. Yeah, it should be green. I mean, not over here in the initial condition. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's provide a empty of 1 or 2. Yeah, that's looking clean. This part is done. So initially, I think the spelling is wrong for this. It should be a capital P. Save. Okay. This step is done. Now the next step is for the total players to get in the input from the user. So here, I'm going to say text total players. Pass on the class name for this. Initially a text of base, font of medium, as well as a empty of 6. Here I'm going to say text input. So text input. So your value is going to be equals to your number of players. On change text, that's going to be equals to set number of players. For some reason it's erroring out. Okay, because of this, I guess let's make it, let's say, empty string. Okay, that's gone. So now the next step is your keyboard type. That's going to be equals to numeric. Furthermore, your class name, let's pass on the design. It's going to have empty of 2, some internal spacing padding of 3, a BG of white, then a border, then border gray of 300, then rounded is going to be medium. Format once, and over here I'm going to say placeholder total players including you. Including you. Save the file. As you can see, just like that, the design is looking pretty neat. This part is done. The final step is for your instructions. So let's try to design that right below text input. So text over here for that. Here we're going to say add instructions. Save. Create game. Yeah, that's being shown onto the screen. So let's pass in the class name for this. So class name, text of base, font of, let's say, medium, empty of 6. Yeah, that got applied. The next step is let's have in a view over here. This view in turn is going to have in some instructions. So I'm going to paste in the instructions over here. And here I'm going to say dot map for every icon as well as your text and the color, comma your ID X. Here let's try to render a view. So within this, we're going to first of all check the icon. If at all your icon is going to be equals to syringe question mark, we're going to have your font awesome icon. Else we're going to have your material community icons. So you can add it just like this. Okay, save. As you can see, that is being shown to the screen. I think the first one is not present. Let's say bag over here. All right, so let's remove that. So here let's try to add in the text below the icon. So right over here I'm going to say text. This text is going to say text. Save the file. And for the view I'm going to say class name, a flex of row, items of center, as well as a gap of 2. That's looking good. So for the class name over here, I'm going to say padding of 3, a BG white, border gray of 300, rounded is going to be medium. Okay, that's looking fine. Yeah, so let's even give the 24 size to this as well, so that each of the text is almost correctly centered. We can actually remove the first one that's not required. Okay, so as you can see, I think these instructions are good enough for now. So for your outermost view, I'm going to say class name bg gray of let's say 300, padding of 2, rounded of medium, as well as empty of 2, save. Oh, okay, so we have given bg of y to this as well, so that's the reason it's kind of erroring out. Let's remove this once. Yeah, so let's say bg gray of 200 or 100. Yeah, 100 is looking nice. Okay, so let's go with this design as of now. And I think there is even a check mark icon as well. That is over here. It's going to be from Font Awesome. I mean, right below the text here. Name is going to be equals to check square. So I'm going to say check square. Wrong spelling, S. Yeah, that's looking good. So for your text, we can give it a flex of 1, so it gets pushed towards the rightmost part. Alright, that's looking good. So this part is done. So yeah, we have essentially completed the design of your create activity screen. Choice of sports they want to enter. Okay, we need to implement the area part. Once you press on area, we need to open up this design, that's tag venue, and then we need to show the design over here. And once the user presses on any kind of a venue, that should be automatically chosen, and then it should be pre-filled over here. The next thing is for the dates. So once you press on date, we need to open up a bottom model showing the, let's say, next 6 or 7 days, including today. And once you press on select time, again we're going to show this particular design. That's going to look something like this. Okay, so the user can select the start time and the user can select the end time as well. So once both the intervals are selected, automatically we navigate back and the details should be pre-filled over here. And once after entering the number of players, and once they press on your create activity button, automatically the game should be created in the backend, and as well as it should be available to, and it should be also available to all the other users in the app as well. So let's try to create the final button. Here I'm going to say text. This is going to say create activity. So create activity, let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have a bg green of let's say 600. Okay, empty of 8, padding y of 3, rounded of medium. As you can see, that's looking okay. Let's pass on the class name for this. Initially text of center, text of white as well, and I'm going to say font of semi bold, text of base. Cool, so this is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So now let's try to implement basically the first one. That's going to be simple. That is, once you press on date, we need to start opening up the bottom model, and once you press on any date, that should be chosen as the date. The next step is we're going to create a new screen known as stack venue screen, and then we're going to implement the venues part, and finally the select slot or the select time once they press on the time design over here. So here let's first of all try to generate the dates that we're going to show, and then based on that we're going to map over it, and once when they press on pick a day, we need to show the model coming from the bottom part. So for that over here, I'm going to say const dates is going to be equals to generate dates. All right, let's define this function, that is generate date. So essentially we're going to show today's date as well as the next, let's say 7 or 8 days, something like that. So I'm going to say const generate dates is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, and over here I'm going to say return array dot from method. Here I'm going to access the length, that's going to be 10. Okay, let's try to map over it. I'm going to say dot map. So for every index over here, I'm going to try to initialize the date. So I'm going to say const date is going to be equals to moment dot your add of that particular index with respect to the days. And here we are essentially going to return, I'm going to say return your id, that's going to be your I dot your toString. Okay, and I'm going to say display date So for display date, I'm going to say, first of all, check the condition, that is if my I equals to 0, then I'm going to say today. Okay, else if my I equals to 1, that's going to be tomorrow. Let's remove this, it is going to be a comma, not the semicolon. So if I equals to 1, it is going to be tomorrow. Alright, else if my I equals to 2, it's going to be day after. So again a question mark and then day after. Else we're going to show the date itself. So it's going to be equals to your date dot your format it into this particular value, that is do and then 4 times m. And we're also going to calculate the day of the week. So I'm going to say day of week, that is going to be equals to your date dot your format method, and here I'm going to say 4 times d, and I'm going to say actual date over here. I mean again a comma, not a semicolon. So actual date is going to be equals to your date dot your format of your, again similar format, do as well as 4 times m. So we just need to return the dates. Yeah, we are actually doing that over here, which is good. So let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. So where we have the dates, let's try to initialize onPress event, and we need to open up the model. So we do have the state for that, model visible, set model visible. So let's make use of that. So come back to this point. I'm going to say onPress, take in a function, and I'm going to say set your model visible to be of your true. Okay. So let's come back to the bottommost part and then let's try to initialize the model. Right over here, let's say below your scroll view, and this model essentially is going to come from React Native model. Let's first of all verify if at all it is installed. React Native model, it's not there. So yeah, let's try to install that. Come back to create activity, a new terminal over here. I'm going to say yarn add React Native model, enter. Okay, so this is installed. Let's make use of this. So I'm going to say over here model, and below that we're going to have your view which says choose date or time to host. So choose date or time to host. I mean we need to enter this within a text, not within the view. So enter the text over here, and yeah, just like this. Let's try to save the file. And for the model, let's provide a bunch of options, that is visible. Let's first of all check if it's imported. Okay, it's imported from React Native. It should be imported from the React Native model. So import your model from React Native model. Okay, if not like this, then just the name. Save the file. So let's come back over here, create game. Let's scroll down. So yeah, apart from your, yeah, let's first of all pass in the is visible. That is going to be equals to your model visible. Furthermore, on backdrop press, that is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, and set model visible to be of false. Okay, and swipe direction, it's going to be equals to down. I'm going to say on swipe a complete, here taking a function, and I'm just going to say set model visible to be of false. Okay, I'm going to say style over here, and justify content is going to be your flex end, and margin is going to be 0. Let's try to give this a try. I'm going to press on date, Okay, so for some reason nothing seems to happen. That's weird. So let's actually check if all we've given the correct on press. Yeah, so we have given the correct on press for the entire date, but for some reason it's not being shown onto the screen. So probably once we give the height and all, let's look into that. So I'm going to say class name. I'm just going to have a bg of white and then rounded top of your 2xl, and I'm going to give it a padding of 4, some internal spacing. Apart from that, I'm going to give it a max height of, let's say, 75%. So hopefully now it should be visible. Let's give this a try. So save over here. I'm going to press on pick a date. Okay, so first of all, let's actually check, the state of the model visible. Yeah, set model visible is used. Over here, I'm going to log the state. So console.log state as well as model visible. So let's save. Let's come back over here. All right, that's super weird. I think I made a silly mistake which I'm not able to figure it out. Let's look into that. So set model visible to be of true. Okay. Let's first of all check if at all it's actually working. So console.log hello. So press on that. All right, that's weird. Let's try to reload the app once. Let's give it one more try. So play, create game. Yep, now it's working. Let's come back to the previous state. Hopefully now we should be able to see the model. And there you go. Just like that, is working fine. So this part is done. So now let's try to design the remaining parts. So for the text over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of center and then text of LG, font of bold, padding y of 2. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. So below that, let's map over our dates. So here I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to say your dates dot your map for every date. Over here I'm going to render a pressable, within a parenthesis. So within your pressable, having a text which is going to show your date dot display date. So date dot your display date. Furthermore, access the day of the week. Yeah, so it is a day of the week. So it's going to be date dot your day of the week. Save. And boom, just like that, it's working absolutely fine. Today is a Monday, so it's showing the correct date. Tomorrow is a Tuesday and then Wednesday. And after that, it's going to show the date along with the weekday names. So let's pass on the class name to this. I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have, a flex of row, flex of wrap, because when we finish the position in the first row, we're going to say it to come back to the second row and then take up the starting space. So gap of 3 between each of the children and then padding x of 2. As you can see, just like that, it's looking clean. So now for your pressable, let's pass on the class name. Each of the container is going to have a width of 30% such that within a container we see 3 dates being shown. So I'm going to say 30%, just like this, and I'm going to say border, then border gray of 300, rounded of medium, items of center, and a padding y of 2. Save the file. Okay, just like that, our design is looking pretty clean. This is done. So class name, yeah, for this there is no class name. You can basically add a font of, let's say, small, yeah, or bold. There is no font of small, my bad. Text of small, yeah, that's looking fine. Or medium, let's keep it to be small. So class name over here, it's going to have your text gray of 500, empty of 1, text of SM. Save. So as you can see, it's looking pretty nice. So this part is done. Let's try to initialize the on press on the pressable over here. So I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and here essentially I'm going to say set your date to be of your date dot your actual date. Apart from that, I'm going to say set model visible to be a false, because once the user chooses the date, automatically close the model and then show that particular date in the input field over there. So let's come back to the point where we have the date part. Save. So hopefully we have already given the state. Let's check that out. Yeah, as you can see, value is date. So hopefully this should work according to our needs. So let's press on 15th August and boom, just like that, it is working fine. So the date is getting selected. So this part is done, and you can even enter the text over here. So this is going to be entered by the user itself. Yeah, forgot to change this one. Let's change that. So this is going to come in once when we initialize the area. So let's actually directly, first of all, save some data into the backend. And once when they press on this particular area, we're going to make a API call and then get all of the venues, and then we're going to store that over there. So for that, initially we need to store the venues, as I said, within the backend part. So let's implement a function which says add venues within the index.js file. So hopefully we already have the venue imported. The venue model is there. Okay, so let's try to get in the venue over here. So let's say right below this, I'm going to say const venue is going to be equals to, I'm going to say require. You can go into the models folder as well as the venue. All right. Apart from that, I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to require. I'm going to say models and I'm going to say message. Let's try to get everything over here. Const game is going to be equals to require. I'm going to go into models as well as your game. The final one, user. So const user is going to be equals to your require. You can head to the models folder as well as the user over here. That's it. I'm just going to get in all of my venues over here. So I've prepared a list of venues that is containing all of the required details that we want to add. So I'll be sending all of these venues in the description, that is in the form of a drive link. You can take a look at it. So each venue is going to have a bunch of details according to our schema, right? So we have the name, the rating, the defer link, the full link, the average rating of the venue, the latitude as well as the longitude of the venue, that's where exactly it's placed, and then the icon, the sports available. Okay, you can modify your own details for the sports available and then you can add it. Okay, so each sports available data contains the different types of sport and then the codes for that particular sport as well as the price as well. So you can use this data and then we're going to directly add this data into the backend with the help of a function over here. So I'm going to say async function add venues. So async function, I'm going to say add venues. Here let's try to implement the try catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error adding venues with that particular error. So within your try block, I'm going to say for const your venue data of your venues. Here I'm going to first of all check if at all any existing venue is there. I'm going to say const existing venue is going to be equals to await venue dot apply the find one method. You're going to find based on your name. That's going to be equals to your venue data dot name. That's how we access it. As you can see, just as I press in the dot, we're able to see all of the required values. We need the name value over here. Add in that. Here I'm going to check if at all my existing venue is present. Then I'm just going to log it to the server, saying that make use of backticks over here. I'm going to say venue dollar your venue data dot name already exists and then skipping, because every time you change the file over here, automatically this function is going to run. So essentially it is going to get duplicated. So to prevent that, we're going to implement this functionality over here. So here I'm going to say already added or already exists and then hence skipping. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say else const new venue is going to be equals to new venue of your venue data. All right, I'm going to say await your new venue dot your save method. So this part is done. Let's try to format once, and apart from that I'm just going to say a console message stating that, again make use of backticks, your venue with your venue name, that's going to be equals to venue data dot your name added successfully. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to let's try to call the function over here, that's add venues. So if everything is going to work correctly, we need to be seeing all of the 5 venues being added to the backend part. So let's come back over here and then save. Okay, so there is an issue, so let's look into that. Alright, it says venue is not defined. So okay, as you can see, there is a spelling mistake over here. So capital V, save. So as you can see, venue 147 snooker, this particular name added successfully. Then similarly, Ovalnet Badminton Academy, your play zone Sakar Nagar added successfully. So even if you save the file over here within your index.js, it should go into the if condition. As you can see, already exists, and then skipping. It's only going to execute one time and there would be no duplicate venues present, right? So that's the reason we implemented this. Next, let's try to implement the tag venue screen and then show all of the screens over there. So here, I'm going to create a new screen known as tag venue screen. So screens over here and then new file. I'm going to say tag venue screen .tsx rnfe as to get the Sujan code snippet and then save the file. So let's include that within your PlayStack navigator. So below this, I'm going to say tag venue. Let's try to call the component that is your tag venue screen, import from the screens folder. Now let's come back to the point where we have your area, and then we're gonna initialize a on press event onto that. So here, create activity screen.tsx, and at this particular point where we have the area, here essentially we're going to say on press, take in a function. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be tag venue. So here we're going to pass in the function that is on venue selected, that is going to be equals to handle venue selected. So we need to define this. So let's implement the handle venue selected. Over here I'm just going to say const handle venue selected is going to be equals to venue, and here I'm going to say set your tagged venue. I'm not sure if the state has been implemented for that. Yeah, let's add in that. I'm going to say const tagged venue comma set tagged venue is going to be equals to use state of null. Okay, that is looking good. So here I'm going to say set your tagged venue to be of your venue. Yep, so that's pretty much it for now. So let's try to head over to that particular screen, that is yours. So as you can see, we are navigating to your tag venue screen, which is good. Come back to that screen. So here let's first of all implement the get endpoint to get all of the venues. So for that we need access to the endpoint. We need to define that, then only it's going to work. So yeah, I'm going to say venue.routes.js. So it's going to be super simple. So here I'm going to say venue.routes.js. Okay, here I'm going to import some required things. So const express is going to be equals to require of express, and I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to express dot your router. Okay, then I'm going to say const venue is going to be equals to require, getting that from the model. So go into your models folder, access the venue. Here let's try to implement your get endpoint. It's going to be super simple, just a /. So I'm going to say router dot get, it's going to be just /, taking the async function with your request and the response in the callback. So request comma response. Here I'm going to say try catch block. So initially catch of error. Here I'm going to say result dot your status of 500 dot JSON with error being error fetching venues. I'm going to say details, that's going to be equals to error dot message. Within a try block, it's simple, just try to use the find method. I'm going to say const venues is going to be equals to await your venue dot just the find method, and this is going to return the entire collection of venues to the front end part. I'm going to say result.json of your venues. Save. So that's it. Let's try to export the required things. I'm going to say your module dot export is going to be equals to router. So yeah, that's it. Let's come back to index.js. Let's try to use these routes. So index.js over here, and let's say just below this one, I'm going to say const your venue routes is going to be equals to, I'm going to say require, go into your models, not models, my bad, routes, access your venue.routes, and here I'm going to say app.use. Here you can pass in your name you want to add in. I'm going to say /API /venues and pass in the routes to be used, that is venue routes. Save. Okay, so no issues, which is good. Let's come back to tag venue screen. Here let's implement the endpoint, that is the get endpoint. Let's first of all initialize the state that is required. So const venues comma set venues is going to be equals to your use state. Import that from React, initially an empty array. All right, then your const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import it from the correct hook, and then let's also access the route. So const route is going to be equals to use route as well. Then here I'm going to say your const on value selected, not value selected, on venue selected. This is going to come from your root params. So I'm going to say root dot params or empty object over here. So yeah, this part is done. So now let's try to implement a use effect. Here I'm going to say use effect. So it's going to run on the initial mount. I'm going to say const fetch venues is going to be equals to async function. Right, here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say console dot error failed to fetch venues with that particular error dot message. Okay, so within the try block, I'm going to say const response. Let's write that properly. So const response is going to be equals to await, import axios from axios dot your get method. There's going to be a URL, that is http localhost 3001 /API /venues. This is going to be the get endpoint, and I'm just directly going to say set the venues to be of your response.data. Let's call the function right below this. I'm going to say fetch venues. Okay, save. Yep, hopefully no error, which is good. So this part is done. So now let's try to start designing the return block. So our venue screen is going to look something like this, as I've shown you previously. So let's start to design this. So here I'm going to have in my safe area view, import safe area view from React Native as such. Within the safe area view, I'm going to have my view being passed. I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have one more view, and here I'm going to have my iron icons. So let's get this from any of the other screens. Let's say over here, copy that, and then come back over here. So choose any of the icons and then we can make the change. Alright, so here we're going to say iron icons. So the name is going to be equals to your arrow back. So I'm going to say arrow back. Alright, save the file. As you can see, it's looking good. So for your class name, for the safe area view, it's going to have a flex of 1, bg of white. It's looking good. Then for this, some internal spacing, class name, padding of 4, bg of, let's say, hashtag 294461, padding bottom of 6. Alright, for the view, I'm going to say class name over here. It's going to say a flex of row, items of center, let's say a gap of 3. That's looking good. So apart from the iron icons, you're going to have the text which says tag venue. Okay, so I'm going to say text over here. So I'm going to say tag venue. So save the file. Class name for this, text of white, font medium, text base. Let's give a format once, and this is actually going to be in white color. So white. Okay, yeah, that's looking nice. So this part is done. Let's give off the on press over here. On press, take in a function, and we are going to say navigation dot go back. Save. So here I'm going to make use of a flat list and then render all of the design. So flat list, import flat list from React Native as such. Yeah, that got imported. We need to pass in two things. That is the data. That's going to be equals to your venues in this case. Second most important thing, the render item as well as the key extractor. Taking the item over here, and here I'm going to say item dot underscore id. Okay. This part is done. The next step is for your render item. Here I'm going to say take in the item, destructure it. So here we're going to render basically a pressable. So I'm going to say pressable from React Native. So within the pressable, we're going to have the image towards the left and towards the right, all of these details for the venue. So here having a view for that, this view in turn is going to have your image. And here I'm going to have in the source, which in turn is going to have in your URI. Okay, first of all, let's import image from React Native. So image, here for the URI, it's going to be equals to item.image. Let's pass on the class name for this. So this essentially is going to have a width of 90 pixels and a height of 90 pixels as well. So height 90 pixels. Furthermore, rounded of medium. Okay, so just like that, the design is looking clean. So let's make it even more better. So for the view over here, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, and then a gap of 4. Once the design comes in, this should work properly fine. So apart from the image, we're going to have one more view that is for the right part of the design, containing a couple of texts. Here item.name, save. As you can see, everything is being shown onto the screen. The next one is going to be your text. As of now, that is going to be hard coded. So I'm going to say near Manyata Tech Park. And below that, we're going to have one more text, that is the ratings part. You can actually, show the ratings as well. Even we do have the ratings. So here I'm going to say 4.5 and 120 ratings. Save. Okay, and towards the rightmost part, we're going to have your icons. That is basically your shield kind of design. So let's try to copy this down and then make the change. Here, remove this one. I'm going to say shield checkmark sharp over here. Okay, so shield checkmark sharp. Color is going to be, that greenish shade. So I'm just going to pass in green for now. Okay, that's looking good. So for this particular view, I'm going to say class name, flex of 1, justify of center, your space y of let's say 1, pr of 2. I'm going to pass in the stylings for all of these texts at once, so you can take a look at it. So save. So yep, that's looking fine. We need to make the design for the pressable as well, so it looks something like this. That is with the border and all. So class name, it's going to have a border, and then border gray of 200, margin of 3, padding of 3 as well, some internal spacing, rounded of LG, your BG of white, as well as a shadow of SM. So shadow, let's write that properly, SM. Save. Okay, so for some reason nothing seems to apply. So as you can see, just like that, it's working fine. I just try to reload the app, and for some reason my Mac is erroring out because actually there is no space left on the machine, so I'm not able to record properly. So this would be basically the last part that we're going to implement in this particular session. So once this is done, I'm going to make a part 2 where we are going to implement the other remaining features. So yeah, let's implement the onPress over here. I'm going to say onPress, take in a function, and it's going to be equals to your handle select venue. So handle select venue of your item. So let's try to define this function, that is const handle select venue is going to be equals to, it's going to take in your venue. Here I'm going to say if your on venue selected, then here I'm going to say a call, basically the callback to update the tagged venue in the create activity screen. So for that, on venue selected to be of your venue, and I'm going to say navigation dot go back. So navigation dot go back. So yeah, let's give this one more try. I'm going to press on I. So let's press on play and then create game area. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to select and we're able to come back. We need to make the changes within our create activity screen. So let's look into that. So over here, instead of tagging the name, that is port name, within your create activity, because there was a mismatch in the state previously, that is this one. Here we are going to say value is going to be equals to your tagged venue dot your name. That's how we access it. And editable is going to be false for this. Editable false. There is no on change text. Save. And boom, just like that, we press on that one and we were able to select that. Let's say I'm going to select play zone, and just like that, that is getting selected. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And even if you go back, it is going to take you to the create activity screen, because we are using navigation to go back and not navigation dot navigate. Yeah, so 1 is done, 2 is done, 3 is done. The final one, that is going to be your time selection screen. So for that, I'm going to create a screen known as select time screen dot tsx. So here I'm going to say select time screen dot tsx. So rnfes together, show and code snippet, and then save. So here essentially, let's try to have in your navigation. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. Let's first of all include the screen. I'm going to say select time. Here I'm going to say select time screen. So save, and let's come back to select time over here. Not use navigation state, use navigation. Let's try to create a on press on your time part. That is, if you come back to your create activity.tsx, here where we have the time, that's the bottommost part. We're going to say navigation.navigate on press, taking a function. Here I'm going to say navigation dot your navigate to your select time. And here again, I'm going to pass in a similar callback. I'm going to say on time selected is going to be equals to handle time selected. So let's go on to the top and then define this method. I'm just going to paste it over here. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Let's come back to time. And there you go. We're coming into the select time screen. So this is going to look something like this. If at all you come back over here, yeah, this is your time screen. So let's start designing the select time screen. So we're going to have a bunch of states that we're going to use. So I'm going to say const on time selected is going to be equals to your root dot your params. Let's initialize the route. So const route is going to be equals to use route. Okay. Here I'm going to say root dot params. Okay. Furthermore, I'm going to say const is start time picker visible, comma set start time picker visible is going to be equals to use state of false. Okay, then I'm going to say const is end time picker visible, comma set is end time picker visible is going to be equals to use state of false. Furthermore, I'm going to say const your start time, comma set start time is going to be equals to use state, initially pointing to be null. Then const your end time, comma set end time is going to be equals to use state of null. Okay, here let's try to have in a use layout effect. I'm going to say use layout effect, import that from React as such. It's going to run on the mount. Here I'm going to say navigation. So this is for setting the header. So navigation dot set options. Here I'm going to say header shown is going to be equals to true. Apart from that, your title, that is going to be equals to select suitable time. Then I'm going to say header title style. This is essentially going to be equals to font size of 20 and your font weight of bold. Alright, save the file. As you can see, just like that, it is looking good. This part is done. So I'm going to get in the data for all of the times that are going to be shown, and then I'm going to paste in the code for that. Yeah, so make sure to add in the times data over here. So each of this is going to contain a feather icon, your ID, your type, as well as the timings that we're going to use. Let's try to import feather from your expo icons. Copy that and then make the change. That is feather over here. Okay. Yeah, we also need iron icons. So iron icons. Let's try to save the file. So initially, I'm going to have my scroll view being initialized. So let's make use of that. I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native as such. Here, let's pass in the class name for this. Flex of 1, bg white, and then some internal spacing, padding of 4. I'm going to add in the designs for this. Okay, that is for the initial part. It's going to be super simple. Just map over the times and then pass in the icon your two pieces of text over here. Okay, so yeah, let's try to comment that down, save. As you can see, just like that, it was looking fine. Let's come back to the previous state, reload the app, play, create game, time. So as you can see, that is looking good. So below that, we're going to make use of a dependency that is your React Native model date time picker. Let's install that over here. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native model date time picker. Save. Let's implement that. And below this, we're going to have a text which says or choose exact time. So here I'm going to say text or choose exact time. Here I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say text of LG, font of bold, empty of 6, MB of 2. Save. Yeah, that's looking good. So here we're going to have your start time as well as end time design. Let's pass in a view for that. So here I'm going to have one more view. This view in turn is going to have your text as well as the button. Here I'm going to say start time. Here I'm going to say button from your React Native. Here title for the button, that is going to be equals to your format time of start time. So here I'm going to say format time of your start time on press. Okay, not over here. On press taking a function, and over here I'm going to say set start time picker visible of true. Similarly, copy this down, and then second time paste it. This is going to be end time. All right, and here it's going to be format time of your end time. Here it's going to be just the opposite. So set end time picker visible of true. I think there is issue with the name. Yeah, set start time as well as set is end time. Yeah, that's correct. So I'm essentially going to add in all of the code over here for the remaining parts. Okay, so you can try to save the file. Okay, it says React Native community datetime picker could not be found. So not sure why. Let's try to install that package once. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native community datetime picker. And boom, just like that, select time. And then there you go. It's working absolutely fine. Okay. And then end time as well. Even this is working absolutely fine. Confirm, choose some time, done. As you can see, that is being shown over here. So the reason I pasted was, there is no space left on my Mac, so I cannot record more than this. I'll be showing you one last time what exactly is the entire code for select time screen.tsx right from the start. So this is basically the mapping part which is done previously, and this is the design part. If at all the start time as well as end time is done, then only show the done button that you saw, that is the green color button. Here having two datetime picker models for the start time as well as the end time. So on confirm, we're going to have this function, and for the confirm end time we're going to have this function. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So this part is done. So yeah, we have essentially completed the create activity screen with all of the states that is currently visible. That is your sport, area, date, time, as well as the total players. And we also have defined the endpoint as well, that is within your game.routes.js, that is to create a game. So in the next step, or in the next video, basically we're gonna create this endpoint, or we're gonna hit this endpoint, and then we're gonna start creating a game for a particular user. And once that is done, we're going to show all those games within your My Sports tab as well as the calendar tab. So that's it about this video. So we basically learned about the design of the home screen and the design of all of the auth screens, your Clerk authentication, and MongoDB backend was set up, as well as we designed the profile screen, the UI part, and just a bit of the create activity screen. The design is done. We just need to hit the endpoint. That will be implementing it in the next video because there is no space left on my Mac. I cannot record more. So yeah, that's it about this video. If you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you next video, and then thank you for watching.